afternoon. Welcome to the 10th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. I'd like to thank all the participants who are joining us on site, and I'd like to also thank all those participants who are joining us online despite your busy schedule. The first symposium was held in 2013, and this year we are celebrating its 10th anniversary. And under the motto, Asia Shares Legislative Experience, the symposium provides a forum of expert discussions on promoting exchanges on legislation and to seek legislative solutions to various social and economic issues. We will have discussions under the theme, the digital era legal information system on each Asian country and development measures. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we're not able to invite many participants on site, but the event is being live streamed in Korean and English on MOLEC's YouTube channel. We have experts and professionals as well as ordinary citizens who are joining us to participate in the discussions around the topic of this year's symposium. I look forward to in-depth discussions among the participants, and I also hope that there will also continuous discussions on the further advancement of the legislative information systems. For those of you joining us online, we have a very special event. If you scan the QR code on the YouTube screen, or if you click more on YouTube and connect to the link, you can participate in our survey. And we will select 40 participants, and you will receive Krispy Kreme donuts, gift certificates. So I hope that you will be with us until the end of this symposium. Now let us begin the 10th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. We have very special guests. Whenever they're introduced, please welcome them with a big hand. We have Mr. Lee Wan-gyu, Minister of Government Legislation. So thank you very much for organizing this important symposium. We have also Mr. Kim Ge-hong, President of Korea Legislation Research Institute. Thank you. Mr. Hwang Jong-sung, President of National Information Society Agency, is also here with us. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for joining us. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Lee Wan-gyu, Minister of Government Legislation, for opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Lee with a big hand.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings. I am Lee Wan-gyu, the Minister of Government Legislation. I would like to thank President Kim Ge-hong of KLRI for his support in successfully organizing today's symposium. My deep gratitude also goes to President Hwang Jong-sung of National Information Society Agency and Charge d'Affaires Zokir Saidov of Uzbekistan Embassy for making time to give congratulatory remarks. I would like to express my very special gratitude to Vice Minister Edward Hariez of the Ministry of Law and Human Rights of Indonesia, who will be giving the keynote talk. Thank you to all the speakers and discussants. I'd like to also thank and welcome everyone who will be joining us online today. The Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, which began 10 years ago in 2010, have dealt with various topics such as land and transportation, disaster and safety, health, and legislative administration. The symposium provided a venue for sharing of legislation information and legislative issues in Asia. Due to COVID-19, This year's symposium is held in hybrid manner, as was the case last year. However, I believe that it is very fortunate that in this era of digitalization, many are able to join us virtually. The theme of this year's symposium is Digital Era, the current status of legal information system in Asian nations and their development measures. The Korean government is endeavoring to create new values and to find solutions to social problems together with its citizens and private sector by connecting various data on a digital platform. By doing so, the government aims to provide convenient government services to its citizens and new innovative opportunities to enterprises. The Ministry of Government Legislation, utilizing AI and big data, has been implementing a project to build an intelligent legal information service platform to enable citizens to easily find the legal information they want and to support private sector legal tech industry. The ministry's government legislation support system makes transparent the whole legislation process and enables citizen engagement in the process. Legal information system puts into the hands of the citizens the legal information, which used to be exclusively in the hands of the legal experts, and increases at the same time transparencies of government policies. This is how legal information system in the digital era is supporting innovation and democracy. Against such a backdrop, I believe that today's symposium is very timely and meaningful. I hope the symposium will be an opportunity to collaboratively find solutions to legislative challenges. Our discussions, I hope, will lead to development of Asian nations' digital legal systems and national innovations. It is my sincere wish that today's symposium will lead to more active exchange and cooperation among the Asian legislative organizations. The ministry will continue to work to ensure there is sharing of legislative experiences to contribute to co-prosperity of the Asian nations. Republic of Korea has submitted an application to host the World Expo in 2030. I would like to ask for your interest and support for our successful hosting of the event. Once again, thank you to everyone joining us online and offline, and I wish you all happiness and health. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. That was an opening remark by Minister Lee Wan-kyu. So, once again, I would like to thank Minister Lee for organizing this meaningful event. And we also hope that there will be more active cooperation between the legislative bodies among Asian countries. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Ge-hong, President of Korea Legislation Research Institute, for welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Ge-hong, the President of Korea Legislation Research Institute. It is my great pleasure to meet all of you here at the 10th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. I would like to extend my sincere welcome to all of you. I would like to thank Mr. Lee Wan-kyu, Minister of Government Legislation, and Hwang Jong-sung, President of National Information Society Agency, and Zarki Saidov, Charge Affairs from the Embassy of the Republic of Uzbekistan to the Republic of Korea, and Edwards Owensiarich, Vice Minister from the Ministry of Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia. At least the Asian Legislative Expert Symposium began in 2013, and for the past 10 years, The symposium has addressed a variety of issues through in-depth discussions with legislative experts contributing to legislative cooperation and development in the Asian region. And this event is very meaningful for me for some personal reasons. It is because when I was the head of the legislative support group at the Korea Ministry of Government Legislation, I was responsible for organizing the first and second symposiums. So in this 10th symposium this year, we will have discussions on the status of the establishment of digital legislative systems in Asian countries, as well as development measures, and digital legislative cooperation, and people-to-people exchange plans. With the advancement of technologies, now people can promptly access and transmit a great volume of digitized information, which also has led to advancement of legislation. Today, many countries have built and operate digital systems to manage laws and legislative information. In today's symposium, digital legislative experts are invited from some Asian countries which are beginning to operate such digital legislative information systems to explain digital systems established in their own countries and seek to find a future direction of development, as well as review current legislative issues in the Asian region. I hope that this event will provide a good opportunity to promote legislative cooperation exchanges and further increase the legislative capacity of each country. In addition, I hope the exchange of many different opinions and in-depth discussions today will contribute to the development of Asian digital legislative systems and active legislative exchange and cooperation. I would like to extend my warm gratitude to the moderator, presenters, and discussing panelists for sharing their expertise and insights at today's symposium. And I'd like to also thank those of you who were involved in preparing this event. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As he has provided us with much support to successfully organize today's symposium. He has emphasized the need to contribute to the development of legislative systems. Now we're going to invite President Hwang Jong-sung of the National Information Society Agency to give us his congratulatory speech. Please welcome President Hwang. Good afternoon. I am Hwang Jong-sung, President of the National Information Society Agency. I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the 10th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. And as the minister has said that, I believe that the symposium is being held in a very timely manner, as we are living in this era of intelligence and artificial intelligence. I would like to thank the Minister Lee Wang-kyu and President Kim Ge-hong for hosting and organizing the symposium, and I would also like to thank all the speakers and the presenters in advance. And I would, we are witnessing AI and other new technologies developing and advancing, revolutionizing the way we live. Ironically, COVID-19 pandemic was an opportunity to prove that digital technology can protect everydayness. This distance learning, telemedicine, video conference, and working from home, all these have enabled us to continue a normal life. Legislation is another domain where digital technology has demonstrated its usefulness. And the easy access to legal information is a prerequisite to the rule of law. No matter how effective a system is in responding to technological development and social changes, it is of no use if no one knows its existence. And digital technology has ensured that the procedures of creating laws and institutions is transparent, and it is no exaggeration to say that digital technology serves as the finishing touch to to making legal information easily accessible. Legislative proceedings in Korea is very different from those typical presidential systems, and also the information system that we have provides information about acts as well as the bills that are in process. And I believe that the digital law system will be able to accommodate many different demands and needs of the users. And so the creation and the revision of laws will be, the information on it will be provided to the people, to the citizens. And of course, and it is going to be a truly an innovative digital legal system. And my organization will play a role to ensure that the digital law information system can fulfill its role as well as its goals. I would like to thank everyone for organizing today's attending today's symposium. And I would also like to thank our speakers from different countries such as Mongolia, Indonesia, the Philippines, as well as the Thailand. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I hope that today's symposium will lay the foundation for the rule of law and will be a solid foundation for the further development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the warm congratulatory messages. Of course, I do have a lot of expectations for today's symposium, and the digital legal information system is very important to improve citizens' access to legal information. And this is a platform on which expert discussions will take place on today's topics. Now I'd like to invite another person for congratulatory remarks. We have Turkey Saidov, Chargé d'Affaires from the Embassy of the Republic of Uzbekistan to the Republic of Korea. So he kindly has joined us on site to deliver his congratulatory remarks. So please welcome him with a big hand.
Your Excellency, Mr. Lee Won-kyu, Minister of Government Legislation, dear Mr. Kim Ki-hong, President of Korea Legislation Research Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, annyeonghaseyo, good afternoon. First of all, on behalf of Embassy of Uzbekistan in Korea, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the Minister of Government Legislation on holding this 10th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium, as well as my appreciation for the opportunity to make this congratulatory address at this meaningful event. I am very delighted and honored by this privilege. It has been 10 years since the Minister of Government Legislation of Korea and Korea Legislation Research Institute commersed Asian Legislative Experts Symposium, ALICE. This symposium, annually held under the slogan, Asia Shares Legislative Experience, is the result of ministers' efforts to strengthen legislative cooperation among Asian countries. I am very pleased to attest that during the past decade, ALICE has become a prestigious annual legal forum, bringing together a large number of legal experts, lawmakers, and officials working in government agencies and many Asian countries to share experiences on the legislative process, discuss common issues in the development of the legal system, exchange policy and legal solutions to address challenges in the process of socio-economic development in each country of our countries, heading towards the common prosperity of all countries in the region. The theme of today's symposium is Digital Area, Legal Information System of each Asian country and development measures. Currently, changes in people's lives are closely associated with the phenomenon of digitalization, which is gaining more and more popularity and becoming a fundamental trend of our time. The Republic of Uzbekistan has also have been following the trend. Recently, the government has been implementing comprehensive measures to actively develop the digital economy, digital law, as well as widespread introduction of modern information and communication technologies in all sectors and areas, primarily in public administration, education, healthcare, and agriculture. In order to accelerate the development of digital industry in the country, the strategy Digital Uzbekistan 2030 was approved. The development strategy of New Uzbekistan for 2022-2026 specifies a set of directions for development. In that document, the second direction, along with the other topical issues, provides for the development of an active civil society and formation among citizens a sense of respect for the law and obedience to the law, increasing the legal culture and legal awareness of population. In Uzbekistan, the national database of legislation of the Republic, named lex.uz, is the main legal information resource of the state in the field of law and legal information. In accordance with the Article 17 of the law on the dissemination of legal information and ensuring access to it from September 25, 2017, Lexus received the status of an official resource in which normative legal acts are published online with free of charge access. Moreover, according to the Article 29 of the law on international treaties of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the national database of our Republic is the official source of publication of international treaties of Uzbekistan. Lexus has a number of advantages over the other sources. Firstly, documents are not only published on Lexus, but also entered and processed electronically, which makes them more convenient for users, allowing them to use them as an electronic resource, copy quickly and easy switch to other documents via links given in the documents. Secondly, amendments and additions made to the legislation are promptly updated, while providing links to the document on the basis of which amendments and additions were made allows users to view and compare previous and subsequent editions. Thirdly, the additional information details are indicated on regulatory legal acts that have reference norms, which indicate the preference of links and certain gaps in the database. That is, a link is given to them and the users simultaneously get acquainted with both the law and the law by law. Firstly, the presence of search engine in database for various categories for documents, including legislative branches, makes it easier for users to find the necessary documents. Nowadays, Lex.uz, besides the legislative acts available in Uzbek, Russian, and Latin alphabets, judicial acts, international treaties of the Republic of Uzbekistan, contains court documents, contracts, agreements, treaties, powers of attorney, corporate documents, personal documents, samples of applications, petitions, notarized documentations. It also has an extensive database of normative legal acts translated into English, important for protection of rights and interests of citizens, business entities, and increasing number of foreign investors. At the same time, Uzbekistan is also actively pursuing international cooperation in the field of digitalization of legal system. With one of closest partners as the Republic of Korea, this year we are celebrating the 30-year anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations. In April 2019, our relations has been raised to a completely new level, a special strategic partnership. During the state visit of our President, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, to the Republic of Korea in December 2021, the President of Uzbekistan noted three main areas of cooperation in the new future. One of them, along with the green development and strengthening of social protection system, is the digitalization. By the same token, the Republic of Uzbekistan is determined to innovate and expand the digitalization process in many areas of our life. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank to the Minister of Government Legislation for the invitation of this very magnificent event, as well as to wish all participants fruitful work and express confidence that the outcomes and recommendations developed during the symposium will find practical application in deepening and strengthening legislative cooperation among our Asian countries. Thank you so much for your attention.
네, 대단히
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We have heard the congratulatory remarks from the Embassy of the Republic of Uzbekistan to the Republic of Korea. So this year we are celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relations between Korea and Uzbekistan. And today's symposium, I hope, will deepen the relations among the countries in the field of legislation. We have all heard opening, welcoming, as well as the congratulatory remarks. Now we're going to hear keynote speech. Edward Hizari, the Vice Minister of the Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia, is going to talk to us now.
Digital regulatory framework in Indonesia, Thursday, 29 September 2022. Indonesia is the most potential digital market in Southeast Asia, as the transaction value of its digital economy has increased by more than 40% annually since 2015 and is expected to reach $130 billion by 2025. Due to the effectiveness and convenience of the online market, online travel agencies, online taxi application, and electronic payments, Indonesia has experienced a tremendous expansion. Moreover, as of January 2020, there were 175.4 million users of the internet in the country. Investor confidence in Indonesian digital sector is finally increased by it. The predicament caused by the COVID-19 epidemic at the same time poses as opportunities, especially in digital infrastructure and application. Through social demographic assessment on the effect of COVID-19, the Central Bureau of Statistics in 2020 reported a 44% rise in online market transaction in April 2020. Within this backdrop, three areas can be drawn upon in outlining Indonesian digital regulatory framework. These are ICT infrastructure, ICT application, and e-government. First, the ICT infrastructure regulatory framework. The first law in Indonesia to govern online activity was the Electronic Information and Transaction EIT law. Early in the new millennium, the idea for an EIT law first surfaced as a response to the legal void around online transaction. At the time, the government examined the best theory to serve as the law foundation when drafting the EIT law. On the one hand, they talk about the instrumental theory, which view technology as something that is intrinsically neutral and separate from economic, political, social, and cultural process, and hold users of such technology accountable for how they use or abuse it. The second hypothesis, known as the substantive theory, says that technology is something that is not objective and that it can affect people's interests, possibly in a negative way. Officially passed in April 2008, the EIT law substance can be split into sections. The first section governs e-commerce related concern, such as marketplace, domain names, and electronic signature. The second section governs offenses involving information technology, such as unlawful access, unlawful content, and unlawful data tampering. Just recently, in 2020, the job creation law was just passed by the parliament and the government. This law overarching goal is to promote entrepreneurship and employment by making it simple to conduct business and protecting worker rights. The job creation law passage will also aid in the fight against corruption by promoting the creation of jobs and making it easier to start new business. In connection with the job creation law, the elements relating to communication and information technology comprise cultures of business, licensing, easy of doing business, and the implementation of fines for the postal, telecommunication, and broadcasting industries. This include rules regarding the central government's online single submission, system for business licensing, infrastructure for communication is being built faster and is being used by more people simultaneously, cooperative radio frequency spectrum usage, telecommunication equipment and or tool standardization, and digitalization of broadcasting. The second is the use or application of ICT. Sectoral law, including the EIT law, banking law, capital market law, as well as government requirements, ministerial regulation, and organizations directly involved in data protection, like the Financial Service Authority and Bank Indonesia, still have data protection regulation in Indonesia. The lack of a uniform data protection framework through ministry and agencies will increase the likelihood of duplication in the formulation and application of data governance policy. The Indonesian government is working to draw attention to the importance of data informing policy, which will be followed by an increase in the capacity of the government to handle data using appropriate procedure and guidelines. Our present priority is to pass the personal data protection regulation and its related regulation in order to achieve this goal. The use of ICT cannot obfuscate the fact that there are several potential offenses in this area. In terms of vocabulary, however, there is not exact Indonesian equivalent for the word cyber law. It is frequently translated into several terms as information system law or telematic law. However, it is generally agreed that cyber law is sui generis, a category that covers action taken in cyberspace, including private consent, the duty of care, procedural challenges, and even criminal culpability, such as but not limited to defamation, theft, and illegal pornography. Copyrights and trademarks, electronic contacts, digital signature, electronic commerce, or electronic government and policy are just a few examples of governmental components that could be included. The Indonesian Criminal Code was used to handle or prosecute crimes deemed to constitute cybercrime. We call Kitab Undang-Undang Hukum Pidana. Unfortunately, the current criminal code is seen inadequate to accommodate the developing cybercrime. Because of this, Indonesia need to enact the new criminal code that's capable in providing legal protection against cybercrimes. There are 3 reasons why cyberspace activity needs to be regulated. The first is the requirement for legal certainty regarding action taken by cybercriminals. The second is the necessity to foresee and consequence of the use of information technology. And the third is the presence of global factors like free commerce and open market. E-government is the third aspect of our ICT regulatory framework. All minister institutions, other related institutions, and all stakeholders in the government sector have been coordinating, working together, and collaborating in implementing electronic-based government system. The following objectives guide the establishment of an electronic-based government system. 1, implementing the National Data Center in line with the 2019 Presidential Regulation on One Indonesian Data. 2, implementing the one-stop shop platform via the government service license system for licensing services and basic electronic-based government public service in order to create synergy in the implementation of e-government policy. And the last, implementing government digitalization through new technology. In the implementation of presidential regulation on e-government, there is a mandate to provide integrated public service that includes services such as identification card, taxpayer identification number, driver license, and health social security administering body, as well as employment in the form of one-stop shop where all public services integrated into one national level platform. The current regulatory framework does not imply that all issues that arise in the telematic industry have been resolved. There are still a number of issues that must also be anticipated, particularly those brought on by convergences, which will undoubtedly result in a number of new virtual services in various forms, a number of technical issues that will undoubtedly persist. One area that requires our attention is the growth of sectoral law. In fact, sectoral legal trends have become a reality which cannot be avoided. The sectoral nature of many of the currently available legal products may be noticed by their consistency of sectoral models, which brought about by their technical and particular rules. In general, sectoral decisions are frequently made without considering the interests of other sectors. Synchronization and harmonization in the pre-legislation states, beginning with the study and preparation of academic texts to support the basis of submitting legislation in something that is vital to accomplish in order to foresee and avoid problems that are tug of war between sectors. In addition to having scientific discussion, it is also necessary to cultivate law through intense socialization aimed at all levels in society and law enforcement personnel in order to better provide an understanding of the law, especially to legal products that are technical in nature like the ICT. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 동남
Thank you very much. So Indonesia is regarded as one of the markets with the biggest potential, and Vice Minister Hires made his wonderful presentation. This wraps up the opening ceremony of the symposium. Now we're going to have a group photo of the VIP guests, presenters, and panel discussants. Please come onto the stage. So your participation here today is a great contribution to the successful symposium. And once again, thank you very much for your kind participation. There are also speakers who are joining us virtually, and you're also invited to this group photo. So please turn on your camera. And those of you who are joining us on site and virtually, all the speakers and panel discussants, you're all invited for this group photo.
네, 박수 한번 쳐보시죠.
Please give them a big hand.
Have a big smile, please. 아시아 지역의 법적 협력과 발전에 이바지해요.
So we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, which has played a very important role to advance the Asian legislative systems in the region. With that, we wrap up the opening ceremony, and we're going to now have a very short break and continue with our presentation sessions. And the next session will begin at 3 p.m. And if you're joining us online on YouTube, please participate in the event. You can also download the slides of the presentation from our official website. You can use the link provided in the More section of the YouTube channel to visit our website, where you can search Asian Legislative Expert Symposium in one of those search engines. So I'll see you at 3 p.m.
Wishing star when a cold day's gone. I wish I could believe, trying hard when the night is long. I wish I could believe, wish I could believe, but I can't go back. Wishing star, living with the dawn. I wish I could believe we've come so far, but the day's so long. I wish I could believe, wish I could believe, but we can't go back.
지키는 행정기본법.
우와, 맛있겠다.
우리 둘째 어린이집 입학 힘들겠어. 후순위 되게 생겼어.
첫째가 초등학교 입학해서?
답답하다니까?
나 어린이집 못 가. 나 어린이집 가고 싶은데 후순이라서 못 가.
답답하고 불편한 법령 정비. 영유아보육법 시행규칙 정비.
나 이제 어린이집 갈 수 있다.
법제처가 속 시원하게 법령을 정비합니다.
답답하고 불편하면
법령 정비.
법령 정비에 직접 참여하고 싶으면
국민 참여.
너 몇 살이야? 나? 오늘 태어났으니까. 내가 오빠네. 언제 태어났는데? 어제. 뭐야, 하루 차이잖아. 무슨 오빠야. 작년에 태어나서 2살이거든. 세상 바뀐 지 모르네. 만 나이 통일 몰라? 만 나이로 하면 우리 둘 다 0살이야. 그럼 우리 동갑이네.
행정기본법이 개정되어 만나이 원칙이 확립되면 나이 계산 때문에 헷갈리고 불편했던 일은 사라집니다. 만나이 통일로 만사형.
Whispered, words spoken out loud, clamoring, murmurs of doubt, quivering in your voice.
부산, 그리고 대한민국이 함께 누릴 특권. 우리의 월드 엑스포를 위하여 2030 부산.
난 네가 5년 전에 한 일을 알고 있다.
왜 그래? 영업 초기에 법을 잘 몰라서 위반 행위를 해 적발됐어요. 그런데 제재 처분이 몇 년째 안 나오고 있어요. 언제 처분받을지 모르니까 너무 불안하고 걱정돼요. 그래서 그런지 막 헛것이 보이고.
사장님, 불안하셨죠? 이제 위반한 지 5년이 지나면 일정한 제재 처분을 할 수 없는 행정기본법이 마련되었습니다. 제재 처분의 제척기간, 국민의 권리를 지키는 행정기본법.
어이가 없네. 어이가 없어. 도대체 어떻게 해야 하나? 처분에 대한 이의 신청을 했는데 받아들여지지 않았어요. 그래서 행정소송을 하려고 했더니 소송 제기 기간이 지났대요. 어이가 없어요. 도대체 이런 법이 어딨어요?
정말 억울하시죠? 이제는 이의 신청 결과가 늦게 나와도 행정쟁송을 할 수 있습니다.
찾았습니다.
처분에 대한 이의 신청, 국민의 권리를 지키는 행정기본법.
도대체 왜 건축물 신축 허가 신청이 거부된 거야?
소방차 진입이 어렵다고 안 된다는 건데 허가가 거부되고 쟁송할 수 있는 기간도 지나버렸네. 소방차 진입에 문제 없다는 새로운 증거를 찾았는데 답답해라.
많이 답답하시죠? 이제 행정처분에 대해 다툴 수 없게 된 경우에도 사실관계 변경이나 새로운 증거가 있으면 처분에 대해 재심사를 할 수 있게 되었습니다. 처분의 재심사, 국민의 권리를 지키는 행정기본법.
우와, 맛있겠다.
우리 둘째 어린이집 입학 힘들겠어. 후순위 되게 생겼어. 첫째가 초등학교 입학해서? 답답하다니까?
나 어린이집 못 가. 나 어린이집 가고 싶은데 후순이라서 못 가.
답답하고 불편한 법령 정비. 영유아보육법 시행규칙 정비.
나 이제 어린이집 갈 수 있다.
법제처가 속 시원하게 법령을 정비합니다.
답답하고 불편하면
법령 정비.
법령 정비에 직접 참여하고 싶으면
국민 참여.
너 몇 살이야? 나? 오늘 태어났 태어났으니까 내가 오빠네. 언제 태어났는데? 어제. 뭐야, 하루 차이잖아. 무슨 오빠야. 작년에 태어나서 2살이거든. 세상 바뀐지 모르네. 만 나이 통일 몰라? 만 나이로 하면 우리 둘 다 0살이야. 그럼 우리 동갑이네.
행정기본법이 개정되어 만 나이 원칙이 확립되면 나이 계산 때문에 헷갈리고 불편했던 일은 사라집니다. 만 나이 통일로 만사형.
안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 이제
Now we will begin the presentation sessions. I'd like to ask all the participants to be seated. We will start session 1 of the 10th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. I'd like to ask once again to be seated.
네, 디지털 시대 아시아 각국의 법제 정보
The topic of the session is digital legislation systems established in Asian countries and development measures. Welcome back. Now we are going to begin the session number 1 of today's symposium. Simultaneous translation will be provided throughout the symposium. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. If you want to download the presentation slides, please kindly visit our official website. You can use the link provided on YouTube to connect to our official website, where you can search the symposium name in one of the search engines. Now we are ready to move to the session number 1. Again, the topic of this session is digital legislation systems established in Asian countries and development measures. We have 4 presentations in this session, and after listening to all 4 presentations, we will have a panel discussion session. Let me introduce the first speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Jung Seung-taek, Deputy Director from the Ministry of Government Legislation. The topic of his talk is Introduction to Government Legislation Supporting System. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I'm Jung Seung-taek, a Deputy Director, and I'm responsible for the development and operation of the National Law Information System and Government Legislation Supporting System at the Korea Ministry of Government Legislation, and I will talk about the Government Legislation Supporting System. First, I'll talk about the overview of the establishment of Government Legislation Supporting System, and I will briefly talk about the National Legislation System, the Law Editor, and the Public Participation Legislation Center. First, this is an overview of the Government Legislation Supporting System. MOLEG has been operating the National Law Information System and the Government Legislation Supporting System. The National Law Information System is a system that allows users to easily search, learn about, and use all law-related information necessary for their daily lives. And the Government Legislation Supporting System is a system that enables users to digitally process legislative businesses and ensures better communication with the public. It also systemically organizes a variety of legislation-related materials and data and provides them to central administrative agencies, departments, and other local governments. The government legislation supporting system helps you to deal with all legislation-related businesses, including drafting and examination of bills, statutory interpretation, and self-governing legislative support in one integrated system, and as a law information portal platform, and also provides support for public participation and legal information service. So there are 4 different systems: the National Legislation System, the Law Editor, the Korea Law Information Center, and the legislative and judicial branches, administrative agencies at each level. Information services for legislative businesses, such as drafting and examination of bills, began in 2002 through the development of the Law Editor. This helps prepare amended text and comparison table of old and new provisions and is necessary for the preparation of bills. And digitization for legislative business began in earnest in 2007 when the National Legislation System and the Public Participation Legislation Center were built. We continue to develop these systems. So the number of users of the National Legislation System is increasing every year, and we are seeing increasing participation of the general public in the process of government legislation. And the preparation time for bills and the number of errors have been reduced due to the development of the Law Editor. And this greatly reduces the workload of public officers. Now I'd like to introduce to you the government legislation supporting system. So this is the main page of the National Legislation System. The system provides services to digitally deal with all legislative procedures ranging from the drafting of bills to promulgation, statutory interpretation, and self-governing legislation support. And it also provides various law information such as the government legislation planning system and the pre-announcement of legislation and the status of legislation. So this is the government legislation planning system, and this system is used to devise and comprehensively manage plans for legislative matters to be promoted by each ministry by coordinating priority, period, and key details of legislation. The system also supports the functions of drafting and deliberation or examination of bills. And this function provides services to ensure the online processing of a series of procedures such as drafting of bills, consultation with relevant agencies. And as you see on this slide, there are different types of legislation-related documents that users can access. And we can also manage public opinions on legislation. We also have the Public Participation Legislation Center, and the bills that are being proposed or being made can be notified to the general public, and government officials can immediately check the opinions provided by the citizens, and also it can easily check whether or not these suggestions have been reflected in the bills. And as you can see on this slide, whether the opinions will be fully reflected or partially reflected or will not be reflected, this type of information can be provided to the initial person who raised the suggestion. We also have the function of integrated search. This has a database consisting of approximately 740,000 documents, including the bills, interim reports of examination, impact assessments, and also allows users to make detailed inquiries to such database at any time. There is also a function to support legislative business assessment. The MOLE conducts legislative business assessment of each ministry under the operating regulation on legislative business. And in order to carry out such assessments, all materials used by each ministry for the drafting a bill are linked, and real-time assessment is possible in order to produce the assessment results. As you see on this screen, there is a advance notification period, and whether or not the period has been abided by can be checked. Now I'd like to introduce to you the law editor. It is used to provide support for users to digitally prepare various documents related to bills by helping the users to prepare and edit the bills. And it also helps the user to review the written text and examine the legal terms. So you install this software to use the functions. For the amendment and enactment of laws, if government officials are not used to the task of such amendment and enactment, the software provides functions to assist the government official to write the text of the law. As you see on the slide, you can use a function to create the comparison table for the old and new provisions. Also, there's another function of this software, which is the examination of errors in reference. By utilizing this function, you can automatically check different types of errors in the titles of the laws referred in relevant provisions or the provision numbering. MOLE has what's called the Easy to Understand Statute project. And if you use this function of the software or the program, you can extract terms from provisions which need to be improved or changed. And the program provides recommended terms, where also it provides tips for such difficult legal terms in order to adequately reflect the appropriate legal terms in the drafting of bills. The program also provides relevant law information. So by utilizing this function, you can check whether other related laws should be revised as well. And this card is created in order to inform the government official to the necessity of the amendment or revision of other laws. Now I'd like to introduce to you the Public Participation Legislation Center. Their key functions The Public Participation Legislation Center provides the information on the status of government legislation and also information on the bills to the public. It also provides an integrated service regarding all pre-announcement of legislation of central administrative agencies and local governments. And if you make inquiries, you can get the answers for such inquiries via your email. There is an integration service to provide advanced information on the legislation activities of the central government and the local governments. So the general public has access to the bills that are being made by the central government and the local governments. The general public can also provide their opinions on legislation. In the course of improving the legal terms, We also collect opinions from the general public so that the public opinion can be reflected in bill drafting. You don't have to join the membership of the website. The users can use their social media accounts to use the service. Also, the system provides information on the status of government and National Assembly legislation. The information is provided in real time. And also, you can register some legislation as your interest to follow up with the progress of legislation. Also, legislation information can be provided to the users. If the user registers legislation as their interest, advanced announcements and most up-to-date legislation and law information can be provided to the emails registered by the user. So customized legislation information can be provided, and also you can inquire detailed information on legislation, and also you can also submit your opinions utilizing social media. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your kind attention.
Yes, thank you very much. I believe that Deputy Director Chung Song-taek has given us a very detailed explanation about the government legislation supporting system. Now we have head of the Plain Law Division, Mr. Son Moon-soo, who's going to talk to us about the easily understandable law information provision. Please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor and a pleasure for me to be able to make a presentation here today, and I'll be the second presenter of session number 1. My name is Son Moon-soo. I'm the head of the Plain Law Division of the Ministry of Government Legislation. I am very happy to talk to you about our project to provide law-related information, or the law that it can be understood at a glance. I'm going to talk to you about our project overview, and then I'm going to talk about the status and the performance, and then I'm going to talk about our future plan in regards to this plan. However, before I get into the main body of my presentation, let me talk to you about this project that we are doing in order to make laws more understandable. So people live within the framework of laws and regulations. And however, there are terminologies of phrases or very difficult Chinese characters or professional terminologies in the that are related law, and people have difficulty understanding them. And so that is why from 2006, our ministry has been revising the laws and the relevant phrases in a way that people can better or more easily understand. So this project, well, there are two types of work that we do. We are trying, so for the laws that have been promulgated already, we're trying to correct two difficult words. So we have surveyed about 4,400 acts that are already being applied, and we have discovered about 3,500 terminologies or words that we think are difficult, and we have made revisions. And we are also trying to make sure in advance that the words or the phrases that are going to be used are going to be not too difficult. And so when there is a review by the Ministry of Government Legislation of the draft or the bills, we would look at them and see if they are too difficult. And if they are too difficult, then we would ask for amendment or the revisions. So let me now talk about our project to provide law or the information on law at a glance. So this is the overview. we wanted to provide visualized information so that people will be able to look at the laws or the acts and then be able to understand them in a very quick manner. And actually, our ministry has conducted a survey of the citizens here in Korea. And according to this survey, about 89% of those responded said that they had a difficulty understanding the laws or the act. It's because of the terminology or because of the long sentences and also very unfamiliar legal systems. According to, they said, make it very difficult for them to understand. So we have to do more than using easier words. We needed to find a way to provide information on the laws in a way that can easily be understood by the citizens. Well, there are a lot of SNS. There are a lot of YouTube. So people are more used to a visual media. And if you the young generation here in Korea, they have a very low understanding, very little understanding about Chinese characters. And they also much prefer visual content, such as the pictures and photos. So we've decided to provide visual content so that the content related to laws or the acts are more easier to understand. Here you see a Chinese character. Well, this means that words or an act are very reasonable. But if you pronounce it in English, this means easy. For the young generation, that means that you're being easy. So this is in a way of quite a derogatory. So there are gaps between different generations in terms of understanding these words or terminologies. So we thought if we could provide a visualized information about the words, then we thought we could help both the younger generation as well as the older generation understand laws or the act better. And the purpose of the project is that we want to provide pictures and photos through the National Law Information Center so that people will be able to look at the laws and at a glance understand what the laws mean. And by doing so, we want to allow for people's easier access to the law so that the citizens' rights can be better protected. So let me talk to you how we have been implementing this project. We have a budget that was created based on the participation of the people, and this was a project that had received highest of approval or highest of in terms of priority. And so in 2021, the budget was about $190,000, and in 22, the budget was $470,000. And so we have decided that we're going to be looking at 4 types of laws, that is on the real estate, safety, and tax and labor. And so we have chosen these 4 laws that people found difficult to understand. And also we made sure that there's a close cooperation among the relevant ministries. And so we made sure that there's a data sharing among the relevant ministries. And we also made sure that there is a recommendation and also a review by the experts so that we provide accurate information to the people. And in terms of development, well, we focused on providing reliable content. I mean, we have to make the contents easy to understand. We have to make the contents very visualized, but at the same time, we have to make sure that the contents that we provide are accurate. So we, the ministry, created a draft, and then the experts have reviewed the draft that we have made, and then our ministry and the relevant ministries review the final content and then to confirm on the contents. And so For the current service, we provide about 400 different visual content on the Road Transportation Act, the Construction Act, and Income Tax Act, and Employment Insurance Act, and about 12 different subordinate laws. So if you look at the service, so here there is a tab called a Quick View, and you can also see a list of provisions, for which visual content can be provided. So, if you want to go to the legal law provision directly, you can go to the list on the left-hand side and click on it. And as you are reading, and then if there is a terminology that you don't understand, then you just have to color it yellow, and then there will be information provided about that particular word or particular terminology. And if you you shade it yellow, then there will be a pop-up of contents, visualized contents. And of course, anybody here in Korea can download this content as well as print the content. So let me give you a specific case. So in the construction or the architect law, where there is a combined architecture or combined construction, just hearing the terminology, it's very difficult to understand what this means. But if you look at the moving picture here, it's easier to understand. And if you have this sort of moving picture, the people, according to our survey, have had easier time to understand what they meant. And in the law, there's simply a listing of all these things. However, in the picture, you see exactly where the law is supposed to apply. For instance, if the repair is going to take place according to the law, what that means can be explained in the picture. So we provide these sort of pictures, these sort of photos, so that people can easily understand what that particular part of the law or the act means. And about drivers' obligation to protect the pedestrians according to the Road Transportation Act, well, if you look at this picture, you know when the driver has to stop or when the driver can continue to drive. So these are pictures that are provided to help the users more easily understand the act. About the electric scooters, about the obligations or the responsibility of the users, where we have this picture here that shows all these responsibilities of the users of electric scooters. And about income tax, about entertainment expenses. So if you have a legal provision like this, it's difficult to understand. But if you do have a table like this, it's easier to understand. When there are when the entertainment expenses can be exempted according to the income tax law. And also here we have a table that shows how to calculate the transfer income tax. And about unemployment benefits, what this is defined by the employment insurance law. And we do have this sort of schematic to explain the different types of unemployment benefits. And also this shows how you could ask or how you could apply for the unemployment benefits. So we have provided 400 different contents related to 12 different laws and subordinate acts. And about 92.8% of the people that we have surveyed said that it's much easier to understand the laws. And they also said that they much prefer to access our law information center to learn about the laws because it's more convenient. And also 92.7% of those surveyed said that they can more trust the information that is provided from our center than the ones that are provided from the private sector. And we want to make sure that the information that we provide is in real time, so is updated, and that is why we're going to be building a separate administrative system within the SEER. In order to manage this sort of content systematically, we're going to make sure that we have access to the latest law-related information, and also whenever there is amendment to laws, or if there is a change to the related information, then we want to make sure that there is going to be automatic notice sent to the responsible personnel so that system can be updated. And we also want to make sure that we are able to receive the feedback from the citizens and be able to incorporate the opinions of the citizens right away within this system. Well, we are going to be analyzing the results of this new system, and we are going to try to improve the content that we provide within the system. And then, as I said, we're going to be building the administrative system. And so every year we're going to be adding content for additional 30 acts or 30 laws. So by 2026, we're going to be providing 1,300 contents related to 100 different laws. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So again, the law is really now getting easier to understand thanks to your effort. So we are at session number 1. The next is a speaker from abroad, Chintapun Tansubutra, Director of Law Reform Division from the Office of the Council of State from Thailand, will make a presentation on the topic of digitalization of legal information in Thailand.
Minister of Government Legislation, President of Korea Legislative Research Institute, and distinguished guests of the 10th ASEAN Legislative Expert Symposium. It is my honor to be invited to join ALES 2022 as a speaker from Thailand. Office of the Council of State, or OCS, has had a long-standing partnership with Korea Legislation Research Institute, or KLRI. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, we held several training workshops and senior delegation visits to the Ministry of Government Legislation, or MOLEC, regularly. ALES is also another MOLEC KLRI initiative that we at OCS take very seriously and is willing to promptly participate upon your kind invitation. Today, I would like to present the journey to digitalization of the legal information system, which has been the core focus of OCS for the past 2.5 years during the leadership of current Secretary General Pakordin Papan. Digital transformation of the legal information system has the purpose firmly enshrined in the Constitution of Thailand, specifically Section 77, which states in part as follows. The state should introduce laws only to the extent of necessity and repeal or revise laws that are no longer necessary or unsuitable to the circumstances, or are obstacle to livelihoods or engagement in occupations without delay, so as to abstain from the imposition of burdens upon the public. The state should also undertake to ensure that the public has convenient access to the law and are able to understand them easily in order to correctly comply with the laws. Section 77 of the Thai Constitution is the highest aspiration of the country to follow and implement the better regulation principles that eventually make people's lives better. By better, we focus primarily on reduction on reducing the unnecessary compliance costs or even eliminating the laws and regulations that are no longer necessary or out of date. To this end, OCS pushed for and sponsored the Act on Legislative Drafting and Evaluation of Law in 2018, which entrusts OCS as the lead government agency in the effort to implement the good regulatory practice comprising of ex-ante regulatory impact assessment or RIA, public consultation, legislative stock review, and creation of easy access to legal information. Two components of the 2018 law Act that were significantly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic are public consultation and easy access to law. During the pandemic, people in Thailand had lived under the strict lockdown measure for several months. The measure was imposed by the government in order to prevent or at least slow down the spreading of the infectious virus. During such time, it is not possible to go outside, such as to the government agency or public libraries, in order to use or consult the legal database. In addition, the on-site public consultation, such as physical workshop, in-person interview, or community visit, were off limit. Nevertheless, new legislative and regulatory proposals were under consideration, even more so during the crisis, as the government was trying to find solutions to both the public health disaster and the difficult socio-economic situations that inevitably followed. It has since become evidently clear that both public consultation and access to law can be achieved with help and support of digital technology. Even before the current constitution and the 2018 Act, there are certain rules which mandate government agencies to seek stakeholders' opinions before enacting laws or certain regulations. The public consultation period for a legislative proposal is 15 days by default. In most cases, the sponsoring government agency would hold physical activities such as workshops, seminars, conferences, or interview, and invite key stakeholders of the legislative proposal to voice their opinions on the bill. While in-person public consultation clearly has its own merit, it became virtually impossible to carry out during the COVID-19 pandemic, when people were ordered to stay at home during the lockdown period. In addition, the government officials were also ordered to work from home and away from their offices as well. To this end, many government agencies started adapting to the situation by using the publicly available digital tool to engage with the public in the legislative formulation process. As you can see from the example on the right side picture in the slide, a government agency invited the public to read and comment on the draft legislation on the Assembly for Teachers and Education Professionals by scanning QR code to the Google form, which was available for comments between May and June 2021. While the adoption of publicly available digital solutions such as Microsoft Form or Google Form is a good interim solution to the unavailability of in-person civic engagement activities due to the COVID-19 measures, it cannot be a long-term solution to the goal of creating a better legislative drafting process for the better life of the people. For a start, the information received would be stored in an unorganized way, which does not allow for the cross-governmental data analysis. In addition, it would be impossible to ensure that the collection of opinions does not violate privacy law. For instance, that no personal data was asked needlessly and without proper consent. Most importantly, if the digital solution to the public consultation was left to each individual government agency to find its own solutions, we might end up with a fragmentation of approaches among various agencies. Consequently, people could very well be put off by the confusion over different systems adopted and thus deferred from participating in the consultation. To this end, it is important that the government creates a single, unified, and common platform that all government agencies can initiate their respective public consultation events. In fact, this unified common platform project was conceived before the COVID-19 pandemic, but as part of the mandate given to OCS and a government digital specialist entity called Digital Government Agency by the Act 2018. Thailand used to have an online portal for the public consultation back in mid-2000 called lawamendment.go.th. However, that web portal had a lot of limitations in terms of functionality and technology. So OCS decided to create a new platform from the ground up, using examples of similar platforms from around the world. Between 2017 to 2019, OCS conducted a review of the Thailand legal system jointly with OECD as part of the Thailand OECD country project. We benefited a lot from knowledge, information, and examples shared a lot of OECD member countries. In this particular issue, we look up to the German feedback system which visualize the user journey experience for each regulation together with result of public survey as well as other related activities. However, while the German approach is highly desirable, we have concluded that it requires too much upfront investment and education to implement the system with such a high gamification aspect. Nevertheless, we learned a lot regarding the inception process that resulted in the complex system. Instead, we choose to implement a more simplified design which allow people to comment directly on the legislative proposal they are interested or have stake on. Law.go.th is our new online public consultation portal. It has been live since August 2020 and currently houses more than 500 legislative and regulatory proposals. As you can see from the left side picture in the slide, it shows the top 3 projects that received the most comments. The most commented project was for the bill on the pension fund, receiving over 20,000 comments between April and May 2021. The second most commented bill was for the new proposal on NGO regulation, which received almost 15,000 comments between July and August 2021. We never received such a high number of comments with the previous web portal or hardly ever with the on-site public consultation methods. In addition to acting as the public consultation platform, law.go.th also displays a list of current legislations that are due for evaluation of their effectiveness, as seen on the right-hand side picture in the slide. The objective of this is to give people information about the timeline that each legislation currently enforced is up for review. Evaluation of the outcome or effectiveness of law is an ex post facto attempt to reduce compliance costs and ease people's unnecessary burdens from inappropriate laws, which will then be either amended or repealed altogether. As stated previously, another equally important task to which OCS is entrusted is to create an easy and convenient access to the law for Thai people. With such a crucial mandate, and because Thailand Legal Information Database System has not been upgraded in over 2 decades, OCS has embarked on a mission to create a new legal information portal that are future-proof. In other words, the system must be able to accommodate the intergovernmental data connection with other important legal information, such as court judgments. To this end, OCS has studied extensively examples of legal information database around the world, especially in the OECD countries such as France, South Korea, and Australia. Another country that we refer to during our design process is Singapore, which has a clean and easy to use legal information web portal. I would like to share with you the beta version of our newest legal database, developed and administered by OCS, which will hopefully be available for the public to use by early next year. As you can see, the design of the system has inspiration from many database systems we study in the project. The user can sort the law or regulation that he or she is interested in by alphabetical order, year of enactment, or thematic groups. Once a law is selected, the interface shows a simple and clean design. If you focus on the red box highlighted in the middle of the page, that is the timeline of this particular legislation. The system can show the many different versions of this law as you click each step on the timeline journey, which show the first version of to the latest version of the law. Underneath the red box, the text of the law is shown. The user can change the font size to suit his or her preference. On the left side of the screen, you can jump between the different parts of the law by clicking the title of each part, such as title, preamble, section 1, and so on. This quick navigation is only possible because we have chosen to store the legal database by section as opposed to by whole legislation. In addition, due to the data structural design, we can attach additional annotated information directly to each section of the legislation, such as shown in a small blue box highlighted in the left side of the picture. The first example in the slide, page 10, is a court judgment, which has been linked to the section 3 of this example legislation. The next example in the slide, page 11, is the statutory instrument and the regulation which were enacted on the legal basis of the section 12 of this example law. As a result, if you click the button next to the section 12, the information relating to the subsidiary law will be demonstrated. Lastly, we also link the Council of State opinion, which is typically issued when there is an ambiguity or difference of understanding of how to enforce the law by the government agencies. As the example in this slide, page 12, this Council of State opinion is relevant to section 23 of the example law. So if the user click on the corresponding button next to the section, he or she will be able to access the applicable opinion directly. This concludes the digitalization of legal information database of the Office of the Council of State. While the project is essentially our legal mandate imposed by the Constitution and its implementing legislations, we at OCS believe that this project will directly benefit Thai people and all stakeholders of any legislations and regulations. I hope that this will give a clear picture of our progress. I'm happy to respond to any question or any comment that you may have. Thank you for you and your time and opportunity to participating in this meaningful meeting. สวัสดีครับ
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. We have heard about the digitalization of legal information in Thailand. We are in session number 1, in which we are discussing digital legislation systems established in Asian countries and development measures. Now we're going to be listening to the Taiwanese case, Taiwan's experience in digital legislation system. Tae Yi Wang, a project manager of Institute of Information Industry, is going to be making that presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to share some experience of Taiwan in digital legislation system here. And it's a pity that I cannot show in person. So I hope that we can meet in person in very soon future. In today's presentation, I will share some Taiwan's key development in this field. But at first, let me introduce myself and my institutions. I'm Wang Deying from the Science and Technology Law Institute of III here in Taiwan. The Science and Technology Law Institute is one of the biggest legal think tank in Taiwan, and we're focusing on various legal regimes such like data privacy and as well as data governance. And besides that, we also focus on ICT laws, medicine law related to cell therapies or precision medicines or telemedicines, and others like IP law or competition law. This all kind of this legislative regimes we are focusing right now, and will assist the government and civil society to improve Taiwan's legal structures and to modernize our norms and regulations. So as today's topic, I would start with 2 different directions. First, I would dive into some major database from the government sections. And secondly, I would share some major civil database for you. And later, I will share some features and some my initial analytics about Taiwan's development of the digital legislation systems. First, let me introduce one of the most important and most comprehensive digital legislation system in Taiwan. It's called Laws and Regulation Database. It's from the executive side, executive branch, and maintained by our Department of Justice. It's established in 2001 and covered all the acts, regulations, and conventions here in Taiwan, especially in the central government levels. And its those acts are inactive or even abolished are also covered. So you can find almost every norms you need for Taiwan's legislations in this one very database. But the acts and norms covered in this database are also both in Chinese and English versions. Although some English version may be limited because some regulations may not have been translated yet, and due to the time and authority who translate norms, some norms might have inconsistent translations. So be aware of that. When you use this kind of database, it's better to find the Chinese version and to check if the translation is valid for you. But overall, it's one of the most important database for Taiwan. And as I mentioned here, for some features of this database, you can imagine it is a one way or single way to share the information, but it's not enough for today. So Taiwan government also launched another system. I cannot find it in English name, but its address called join.gov.tw. It was established in 2015. You can understand the main purpose of this system by its address name. It's called join.gov.tw because it's not a single way system. It's a two-direction system. The main purpose of this website, this system, was meant to collect the consultations and purpose and the comments from civic society, not like the so-called notice and comment process in American Administrative Act. So when any and every authority departments in Taiwan want to launch a new regulation or amend one, or they want to send a draft law to the parliament to finish its legislation process, they have to launch the draft law or regulations on this website. And people, not just from Taiwan, but from all over the world, can share their opinion and comment of that law and regulations. The authority responsible for that law or regulations should react to those comments and consultations. So it is really a two-way system, but unfortunately it's only available in Chinese version only. It is because they are still under the processing of to make the act or to make the regulations. So Taiwan using the Chinese as the main language to in our legal system. So it's understandable that this kind of system only have a Chinese versions. And because it covered every and any authorities in Taiwan, so it was maintained by our National Development Committee. This committee responsible for major policy making for Taiwan. So and this join.gov.tw system is one of their projects to modernize Taiwan's notice and comment systems. Besides the executive branch, I will start with some legislature branch. And actually, we have two major systems in legislative branch. If we direct translate the Chinese name into English, is one of them called law database. Another was called the BO database. They're all maintained by the legislative yuan, our parliament, and established in early 2002 and 2004. But the first inner versions was established in 1991. As the name given, the law database covered every act and the process to launch that act and the minutes to and some legislative materials. So you can find any every in act or some abolished acts. You can find the process of those acts and to understand how the act evolved during time, during different times, and why the parliament member want to change those acts. But if that act was not yet finish its procedures, it's still the bill. So you should find the bill database of some discussions, minutes, or legislative materials in the bill versions, but bill database. but both of these systems are just Chinese version only. The Legislative Yuan did not provide the English version of those minutes and legislative materials. It's limited. Thirdly, I would like to introduce the judiciary branch. The judiciary branch do also have a central legislation systems, and it covers not only acts and regulations, it also covers judgments from all the courts, from the regional level to the top courts, are all covered. But those judgments are just in Chinese versions because the judicial yuan did not translate those judgments. And I cannot find the exact date to when this kind of system or database was established, but I can very sure it started from 1992, sometime in 1992 to 1999. Besides these central systems, when we talk about the constitutional court rulings or interpretations, Taiwan have another digital legislation system you can find on the constitutional court's website. And it offers some English translations when the court considered it is a leading case or important cases. So we do have offer some limited English translation of some of those judgment rulings and interpretations in that website. Overall, is the coverage for those three benches. And now let's move on to the civic side. We do have some main civil resources. Actually, there are three major civil resources is for domestic lawyers and legal researchers to look up some acts and regulations, those norms, and as well as some judgment. These kind of civil resources are compared to the government one, they often offer more friendly UI system, or can interact with different act and judgment or rulings. And we can see there are two times. The first, the law bank and the rules law was established in late 1990s, and the Laws Note was established in 2016. It is because that in a very long time, Taiwan's digital legislation system often offers just single research functions. And after some the development in times, users need or are looking for more functions, such as to look the judgment, the rulings from different courts to see how they interact with each other. So the laws note of some laws functions, but there are disputes between those resources. It is between the law bank and the laws note. The law bank is one of the very first company to concentrate on legislation systems to digitalize it. And during that time, there are very limited very limited company to offer this kind of service. So actually, many Taiwanese database was built up by the law bank, not just in civil side, but also in some governmental side. They are responsible for those database, the building of those digital legislation systems. So when the laws note was established, they are looking for those acts and regulations, but the law bank thinks they violate their copyright. So there's a dispute here. But on the other side, the Laws notes think that because the law bank was help the government to build up those digital legislation systems, so it's hard to distinguish with what's the database, what's the function is actually owned by the law bank or owned by the government, and that's what. And if it's owned by the government, it's not covered by the copyright. So let's think the law bank might have violated the Competition Act. It is an ongoing dispute here in Taiwan, and to the reason that there is this kind of dispute is because some key features in Taiwan systems. For example, we can now say very clear that Taiwan do have two waves about those systems to build. The first wave happened in late 1990s and early 2000s. It is because that Taiwan launched an e-government 3-year mid-range program, the first phase of it in 1997, and it arranged numerous authorities, including the Department of Justice, the Judicial Yuan, the Legislative Yuan. They want to build up an e-government and to so they launch those database we just talked about earlier, and you can find that those databases are all founded, all established in around 2000. It is because at that time it is important to put the things online. It's back to the so-called Web 1.0 time. But after that, in 2010s, Taiwan do have a growing civic society. For example, we have sunflower movement in 2015, and the ICT technology have also grown up very gradually. The internet is just not. It's not like the 10 years earlier versions that most of them are just one way. The Web 2.0 mainly focusing on interactive between different users in the web. And Taiwan, after our martial laws and in 1987, Taiwan's the democracy in Taiwan grew up very vibrant, and we do have the first presidential election in 1996, and since then, Taiwan's democracy and regime change and our first regime change happened in 2000. So you can think the atmospheres, the environment about Taiwan's need to interactions was growing up very gradually in those decades. So you can see the join.gov TW was built up in 2015. It is the very reason that there's a strong voice here back that time that thinks the government do need to pay more attention about people's voice. And so the join.gov.tw has founded at that time. And as well as the civil side, we need more interactions, more comprehensive information. So the laws note was built up that time. But you can also see from my poor English speaking, there's another features like my poor English speaking. Taiwan's digital legislation systems often offers just Chinese versions. And while there's limited English translations, in my opinion, it is because that Taiwan lack of interactions with connection with international legal communities is due to Taiwan's special international identity, so that we are not familiar, or there's a very much limited opportunity for us to interact, to connect with international legal community. So it's not that common for Taiwan's legislative branch and as well as the judicial branch to use or to look up to our neighbors or other international legal communities partners, and so that we don't see the need to translation or to tell the community what we have achieved or what's our opinions or our challenge are. So we don't see the needs. We are limited with the English translation, but this kind of situation has changed in recent years. Taiwan government aware that we need to reconnect with international legal community. So I can see in recent years, in the very recent features, Taiwan might have some big improvement about to internationalize our digital legislation systems. I'm looking forward of it. This is all my presentations. If you have any comments, I'm very happy to talk about that. We can talk in the panel, and also as well as you can email me using the email address just showed earlier. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, we just listened to a presentation provided by Mr. Tae Yang Wang from the Institute of Information Industry from Taiwan. So we all listened to the 4 presentations of the session, and it is time for a panel discussion session. So the stage is now getting ready. And if you want to download the slides, the program book is available on our official website. So please kindly visit our website to download the presentation materials. And you can also search the name of the symposium on search engines to be connected to the website. So we are now having discussions on how we can further cooperate in the establishment of the legislative information systems in Asia. And probably this is also a good opportunity to further promote the advanced Korean legislative systems to other countries. And the symposium is also evolving into a truly international symposium. And now the stage is set for a panel discussion session. And I would like to now invite the moderators and the speakers and the panelists onto the stage.
오늘 총 4분의
So we have 4 speakers of the session. We have 2 on site, and we also have 2 from overseas who are now joining us over Zoom. So this is time for a panel discussion, and we also have 2 panelists. One is on site, and we also have 1 person from overseas joining us virtually. Now, Mr. Kang Hyun-chul, Vice President of Korea Legislation Research Institute, will moderate the panel discussion session. So we just listened to 4 presentations on the topic of digital legislation systems established in Asian countries and development measures. I'm Kang Hyun-chul, Vice President of Korea Legislation Research Institute. So good afternoon. So we had 4 presentations. Mr. Chang Sang-taek introduced the government legislation supporting system, and Mr. Son Moon-soo talked about the easily understandable law information. And also, he talked about the upgrade of the relevant systems. Representing the Office of the Council of State of Thailand, the Chin Tanpun Dansu Butra talked about the digitalization of legal information in Thailand. And representing Taiwan, Mr. Tae-Ying Wen, project manager from the Institute of Information Industry, talked about Taiwan's experience in digital legislation systems. We have Mr. Sumnya Sukubaya, academic secretary from National Legal Institute of Mongolian, who's joining us as a panelist for the session. And probably he will talk about the Mongolian systems. And we also have Mr. Lee Dong-hyun, Director General from KOICA, who will provide his comments on the presentations. So we will first listen to the 2 panelists, and probably we have some questions that we've collected in advance. And I understand the questions have already been delivered to the speakers, and the presenters can answer the questions after listening to the panelists' opinions. I'd like to ask first Mr. Sumnya Sukbatar, academic secretary from the National Legal Institute of Mongolian, to provide his comments on the presentations.
Let me first welcome all the participants of the 10th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. And I am the academic secretary of the National Legal Institute of Mongolia, and I was asked to review a number of presentations for this symposium. And let me give you a short introduction to what I have reviewed. So I have had 4 presentations to review. The first one is entitled Introduction to Government Legislation Supporting System. This is from Korea. And there's another presentation from Korea entitled Easily Understandable Law Information Provision Through Quick View. And the third presentation was from Thailand. It's called Digitization of Legal Information. And the last one is called Taiwan's Experience in Digital Legislation Systems. So let me introduce several basic observations I have made while going through these presentations. It seems to me that I can make 4 basic points. Legal information systems are designed not only for the needs of the government, but also for the benefit of the people. And it is usually maintained by a designated government body. It seems like private entities are not usually involved in this kind of legal information systems. Also, legal information systems are multifunctional. So that means it is called to serve several functions. And lastly, I observed that it is largely a work in progress. So we are talking about recent developments. So of course, some countries have made important progress in this regard, but some countries are still at an early stage of developing legal information systems. So these are just the very basic observations that seem to be common to all the 4 presentations. Next, I would like to make a point on the functions that legal information systems are to serve. So maybe these functions can be divided into internal functions, which means serving the needs of the government itself. Something like legislative drafting and editing, also coordination of various government departments, evaluation and analysis of legislation and things like that. But legal information systems are also to serve external functions, which means it is designed to provide public access to legal information. This is maybe the most basic function. Also, it is designed to provide public consultation in the legislative process, to get feedback from the general public. And maybe another important function that is that may be classified as external is the innovative presentation of legal information for non-experts. So this is most vividly can be seen from the experience of the Korean government legislation system. So basically, these legal information systems seem to have several functions, and it's not only for the government, it's also for the people. Next, I tried to see through the presentations and try to identify some problems which are not directly related to the way these systems are structured and functioning. I'm more interested in some of the problems which these systems may face. For example, in order to introduce the modern technologies, modern information technologies into the legal information systems, you will have to deal with, I think, first of all, legal terminology. Legal terminology may not always be clear, it may not be stable and consistent. So you have to deal with this problem in order to make these legal information systems successful. Next, I was thinking that legal content is another problem, which may not always be well structured and may be prone to alternative interpretations. So these problems also may make it difficult to digitize legal information. Also, various legal texts may contain contradictions, omissions, or duplications. These are very common problems in any legal system. So this also may be a challenge. I make a general conclusion that the purpose of legal systems is not only about making legal information accessible and to streamline the legislative process, but it also is about making the existing legal information more structured, more logically coherent, and more comprehensible. So it has to deal with the legal information itself. So I suggested that there should be a systemic approach to legal information systems. So a key challenge posed by digitization may be the urgent need to organize systematically the pile of legal information, which involves classifications, development of various methods, connections, making connections, and clarifying legal terms. So these problems can be seen, at least based on my country's experience. Now Mongolia is trying to deal with the most serious problem of the existing information, which is not systematized, it's not well organized. And my final conclusions, I make just 2 points. In the digitization process, we should avoid false assumptions and confront the real challenges. I think even if we have the best technologies and we successfully introduce the technology into these legal information systems, we will still have to confront the problems I have identified in connection with the existing legal data. So the processing the existing legal data that is undergoing transformation from paper-based to digital forms may pose serious problems because of the nature of the legal information which already exists. Next point I would like to make is that digitization will have to deal with 2 tasks. It's not only about making smart use of existing technologies, but I think we should take in the process a systematic approach to legal information, a systemic approach, which means like we need to organize the existing legal information in a very organized way. Then it will be easier to introduce the information technologies of the modern era. Thank you for your attention, and that's the end of my presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much. That was the Academic Secretary Suma Escobarto of the National Legal Institute of Mongolia. Now we're going to invite Director General Lee Dong-yeon of KOICA to make his discussion. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Dong-yeon. I'm the Director General responsible for the development strategy and portfolio management at KOICA. Let me confess, before I start my discussion, I think I'm the only person in this room who does not know about laws. And also, I do not know about the information system. However, I'm here today because of the organization that I belong to. KOICA, as you know, is the organization within the Korean government that is involved in the ODA. So we are responsible for all the ODA activities of the Korean government. So I'm here as a person who's going to buy the system. So the legal information system, is this something that's needed for my project that I mean ODA project? And if it is something that is necessary, and if I think that this is a system that can be applied to Southeast Asian countries or to African countries, well, if it is such a system, then I would make a purchase. And I have to admit that after listening to the presentation, this is definitely a system that I could use in my OD activities. So rather than asking questions here, I would like to talk about how to apply such a system to other countries and what sort of problems there could be, as well as what sort of solutions are available to such problems. Well, KOICA has been providing an e-government system that has been developed by Korea to developing nations. I remember there are like 30 different e-government systems. It's the, I believe, tax-related e-government system, the airport immigration system, and also universities' student management system. And so we have been providing this sort of e-government system to different countries. And we have actually provided a legal system to the recipient countries. And in providing these systems to the recipient countries, we have experienced certain problems. And those problems were quite common in the beneficiary or the recipient countries. And so let me talk about how we have been able to deal with these problems and be able to successfully transfer the systems. So if you would look at the presentation stack that I have prepared, so we use ODA resources. Well, there has to be a very strong commitment on the part of both government, that is the donor government as well as the recipient government, to be able to do an ODA project. And if you, so there has to be a project in order for the resources to be put in. And of course, for the legal system to be able to be supplied to other countries, well, there has to be commitment on the part of the Korean government, but also there has to be commitment on the part of the recipient country. If that recipient country or the partner country says, I do not, that recipient country sometimes has to make investment in order to be able to accept or receive the system. They have to have the people, they have to have the budget to be able to operate the legal system or the law information system, and there also has to have or the legal framework that within that recipient country that would make it possible to use the legal system. So, the commitment of both governments can be seen in the development cooperation strategies of the Korean government. And if you look at these strategies, you would see a list of projects that the Korean government would like to be involved. And also on the part of the recipient countries, they would have mid to long-term economic social development plans. So in that plan, the legal system would have to be included for it to be provided to that recipient country. And so let's say there's been a system development. And in that process of system development, there could be problems. And the biggest problem is that there could be a lot of confusion. And to deal with such a confusion, there has to be a single command and control system. So what I'm saying is that the system development has to be done in a very consistent manner. If there are too many people involved, the system would not be developed in a consistent manner. And also, this is a cooperative project, and it is a project that is done between two countries with different languages. And so it's very important that people from the recipient countries are involved in the development of the system that is going to be provided to the recipient country. If not, well, the cultural differences, the legal differences will not be incorporated in the system that is being developed. And if they are not incorporated, even if the system is provided, the system will not be used or reusable in the recipient country. And there is something common thing that we've heard, that is that after the system has been provided, there has not been so-called after-sales service type of services. I'm sure that we do have people here in this room who are involved in ICT. You are not going to create a system that is perfect from the very beginning. You need to continuously update the system. You need to continuously deal with the system bugs. And you also need to provide a training for the people who are going to be using the system. And so you do have to help the recipient countries to develop needed IT personnel. And also, in the development stage, the people from the recipient countries need to be involved, and also the organization that these people are or people belong to also needs to be in place. That is, they can't just disappear. And so we may have trained these people, from the recipient countries, but if they don't have an organization to go back to, these people are going to leave. They're not going to be involved in the system usage. So, and also we also need to continuously train the public servants that are going to be using the legal system, and we also need to increased the awareness among the public servants of the system. And when there is such an awareness, the system is well established and widely used. And so based on my experiences and my knowledge, I've made a few comments. Thank you.
예, 이동희 실장님.
Thank you very much for your comments. So there are some questions that we collected in advance. So now we will take turn among the presenters to provide their answers to the questions. So Mr. Jung Seok-taek, so please kindly introduce some of the efforts that are made by the ministry to help respond to the changes that are taking place in the digital era. And to answer the question, we have some advancement plans for the government legislation support system. There are basically three things that we want to pursue. Terminology search and provision search can be done utilizing AI technologies in order to minimize errors. So our aim is to improve the level of perfection in legislation. And in the process of legislation, there is a government assessment documents, and also we collect opinions from the public when the law is being implemented, and we also have the review papers. And we want to make sure that we reduce the review period, and that's our second goal. We collect information through social media and news. And utilizing big data technology, we can identify the public needs for new legislation, or we can also identify issues related to legislation, so that we can provide more convenient legislation services to the general public. So that's the things that we are planning to do related to the government legislation support system. I understand there was another question. I'm part of the digitalization system, so I have limited knowledge on the crime-related system. Probably there is a project that is related to the criminal system in Korea. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Seo Moon-soo to provide his answers.
So I think about amendments, about the revisions, and also to have the most updated information, or what are you doing? I think those are the questions that we have received so far. So when there's an amendment to the laws, well, those updated information needs to be provided in the system. And so we have a content administration system should be able to update that law. So we are actually sending an alarm to the person responsible that there has been update to the law, so that he will be able to update that law. And also, we do have our in-house personnel who's responsible for updating the content, that is the pictures as well as the photos. And we do have a pool of experts that we operate. As I said during my presentation, well, if the information is provided in text, I mean, those text information, of course, has to be given the priority. But we are adding tables, we're adding graphs and pictures so that those laws can be understood better. So we do have these pool of experts who will make sure that there's consistency between the actual laws or the provisions of the laws and the pictures or the graphs that we provide. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Now let us turn to the Mr. Tansu Putra, Director from the Office of the Council of State. So you have the OCS database, and during your presentation, you talked about the platform. And do you have any examples that you can share? Or some functions that the system has in order to improve the convenience of the users?
The user of our public hearing and legal database platform are very diverse. The most actively engaged users are representative of trades and industry groups who would like to influence the proposed change in the law and directly and indirect affect their business. These users, they are more sophisticated, and they want to complete the complete history of the registration proposal. Other groups which are less active, they have a different requirement. The group is the academic and legal professional who use our platform as a reference for correct legal information. These groups, for their convenience, is different. They want to print out text or download in the format which is familiarized to them, and which is they can use as a citation or reference in the to transact with government agencies. Another important group itself is government officials who use our platform to get information for their work. In this really particular group, their convenience is different from others. They not only want legislation, they want related information which help their making decisions regarding their work. And then lastly, the public use our platform very often too. This group, they are more, their need is to understand the laws in order to comply with the law. So the system should be able to provide them with easy understanding. As shown in other countries too, we try to get them to understand. In our system, we have the separate section, to simplify the legal text into the common language that for them to understanding. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So thank you. And about Taiwanese presentation, about Taiwan's digital legislation system. So if you could talk to us about advantages of Taiwanese digital legislation system. So Mr. Ting Yin Wang, could you answer this question, please?
This kind sorry, could you hear me? Okay. As I mentioned earlier, there's a system called join.gov.tw, and it also allows a bottom-up system that the civil society could initiate the propose to they could propose to new regulations or to change the regulations, and there do have some exciting examples and experience about that. It's a civic society-driven way to make the regulations, the norms to keep up with the society and the situations. For example, Taiwan has been suffered from how to tax civilization about the online transboundary e-commerce. And through this process, the civil society offered a solutions that the government could take on, and this end up to revisions about the act. So I think it is a success to involve people, involve civil society to join the way the act the norms to involve. It is the one of the most important and one of most success digital legislation systems in Taiwan. Thank you.
예, thank you. 이것으로 네 분.
So this wraps up the panel discussion session. Mr. Sumya Sukbatar from the National Legal Institute of Mongolia, you're joining us virtually in real time. Do you have any additional comments, or would you like to introduce your system in Mongolia?
연결이 안 되시는 것 같은데. 예, 그러면.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Probably we'll have to wrap up our panel discussion on the topic of digital legislation systems established in Asian countries and development metrics. Once again, I'd like to thank all the presenters and panel discussants. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Vice President Kang Hyun-chul kindly moderated this panel discussion session. We will have to take a very short break. We will listen to 3 presentations and have a panel discussion in session 2, and we will take 5 minutes break.
cold days gone. I wish I could believe drying on when the night is long. I wish I could believe, wish I could believe, but I can't go back. Wishing star, living with the dawn. I wish I could believe we've come so far, but the day's so long. I wish I could believe, wish I could believe, but we can't go back.
네, 안내 방송을 드리겠습니다.
Now we are going to begin session number 2 of the symposium. I'd like to ask all the participants to kindly proceed into the hall and take your seats.
네, 거듭 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 제10회 아시아
The session 2 of the 10th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium will begin shortly. Once again, I'd like to ask all the participants to kindly proceed into the hall and take your seats.
네, 자 온라인으로 함께하고 계시는 시청자 여러분께도
I'd like to also thank the participants who are joining us online. Now, this is session number 2, and we'll have discussions on the topic of cooperative activities of Korea and Asian countries in digital legislation and measures to facilitate people-to-people exchange. There are 3 presentations, and we will also have a panel discussion session. I'd like to introduce to you the first speaker. The speaker is Mr. Park Kwang-dong from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. He will talk about the current status of legal information systems and cooperation strategies in major countries. Good afternoon. I'm Park Kwang-dong from KLRI. I will talk about the current status of legal information systems and cooperation strategies in major countries. Now, Korea is trying to establish the digital platform for different purposes. We have intelligent legislation information platform system that began earlier this year. And the platform will integrate different MOLEG systems, and it will be linked with the industries. It will be also made accessible by the general public. So I would like to now begin my talk on the current status of legal information systems and cooperation strategies in major countries. So as you see, I will talk about 5 different things as you see on the slide. And I'd like to talk about the legal information systems and their functions. And a lot of things have been already covered by the previous speakers. And I would like to more focus on how different systems are linked. There are different functions that the legal information systems serve. It supports enactment, revision, and enhance the efficiency of legal system-based legislative administration by strengthening the link between the central and the local governments. It also promotes the protection of people's rights and interests by facilitating access to legislation. At the same time, the system provides legal information quickly, accurately, and efficiently to improve public satisfaction and ensure trust in the functioning of the state. Moreover, by having legal information systems, new industries can be developed and nurtured, and intelligent information can be provided to different industries. Of course, we have different functions of legal information systems, and these legal information systems contribute to the rule of law and national branding. We have more like systems, different functions, and there are also different types of legislative information systems. There are three different MOLEC functions. First, the MOLEC oversees legislation and interpretation to support national achievements. As we saw in the video, MOLEC oversees legislation and interpretation to support national achievements, and also it establishes a government system to respond to bills initiated by lawmakers. Also, it provides legal interpretation to protect people's rights proactively. The second function of MOLEC is to build a people-centered legal system. MOLEC makes laws that are easy for the general public to understand. It also revises discriminatory laws that are unfair or biased. It also reorganizes administrative rules to realize the rule of law. The last function of the MOLEC is to offer legal services in close communication with the public, and it makes everyday laws more accessible by improving them to meet the realistic needs of civil lives. And the legal information systems of the Ministry of Government Legislation contributes to national development by assisting the ministries in its duties. There were presentations on legal information systems in the previous session, and I'd like to share with you what it looks like if you visit the website. So as you can see here, this is the website of the National Legal Information System. We have the English website and the Korean website, and this is the English version of the official website. We have MOLEC's legal information system, and there is what's called the easy to find legal information, and this is for the general public. For this system, there are booklets and card news available so that different types of information is made available for different topics, and it is really easy to find practical legislation-related information. There is Government Legislation Support Center. There was a presentation on the center in the previous session. So this is how this online service looks. And there is the World's Legal Information Center. So you can find information on different countries' legal information. by subject, and archives. So MOLEG operates different kinds of legal information systems, and it provides support for government ministries. It also supports the legislative information access, and also it provides information on legislative systems of other countries. So again, the MOLEGs operate different types of legal information systems. Now I'd like to talk about different countries' legal information systems. There was a brief mentioning of Mongolia's system in the previous session. So this is the website run by the Mongolian authority. And also, if you look at the Philippines system, this is their official website. There's one thing we need to think about. Countries like Mongolia and the Philippines, and there are also other countries. So these systems provide current legal information. There are also some functions that are available to support legislation-related activities. And this is the Thailand's or Thai system. So there was a brief presentation from Thailand, and this is their legal information system. Seems like maintenance is going on. And now turning to Uzbekistan. If you look at how the system is structured, you see there are some similarities. There are some information about the current legislation that are being implemented, and there are also information about the history of the legislation, and there are also sections that allow the general public to provide their opinions. And now this is a system that is established in Vietnam. This is how it looks. In Vietnam, there has been some recent changes regarding legislation process, and I understand there are some discussions going on, and legislation status and current legal information is available on this website. Of course, there were discussions on Korea's information systems, and also we briefly talked about some other Asian countries' legal information systems. Now, I'd like to talk about the development directions of legal information systems, and I would like to also briefly talk about their impacts or effects. Let me first talk about the development directions of legal information systems. I think there are basically two directions. First is to establish an archive of legal information. The archive does not just include legal information. There are precedents, histories, and statutory interpretation, and other related information can be accumulated in the legal information archive. Then, by having this various type of information, the system can serve different needs of different stakeholders. At the same time, the development of the legal information systems should aim to establish an e-government-linked legal information system. If the system can be linked with legal information archive, it will help further sophisticate the legal information systems. So we can build a legal information archive. At the same time, we have to establish an e-government-linked legal information system. Establishing the system does not do all the magic. The system itself has to be established as a platform in order to serve different needs. If we set these development directions for the legal information systems, we'll be able to resolve some overlaps, contradictions, or conflicts between different laws, and probably we'll be able to also solve the low level of legal stability issue related to legislation. At the same time, we can enhance the capacity of civil servants and other delegated legislators. And we can also assume that having these systems developed in this way will be conducive to protect civil rights. I would like to also propose some ideas to enhance cooperation between different agencies among Asian countries. MOLAG now operates different types of legal information systems to assist government agencies to help their rulemaking and lawmaking. And also information is made available to help the general public to better access and better understand laws. In order to enhance our cooperation with MOLAG, one idea is to form what we can call a legal information council. And by creating this legal information council with participation from other countries, we can produce different ideas to further improve the legal information systems operated and established and operated by different countries. And we can also put together some good ideas on the implementation and operation of the legal information systems. Maybe we can convene the Legal Information Council meeting on a regular basis, probably once a year, to regulate or to have regular dialogues and engagement with the participating countries. And we can together explore different ways to link legal information systems of different countries. Another idea is to collaborate between different countries in order to upgrade legal information systems. We can have capacity building cooperation. We can have technological cooperation between different countries. If we establish a legal information council and if we can have different legal information systems of different countries linked, and if we have technological cooperation, we can eventually have ODA-linked legal information systems. By establishing the linked legal information systems, we can come up with ideas to improve our own systems. At the same time, we can improve our own capacities. In order to enhance our mutual cooperation, we have to establish a master plan to have in place ODA-linked legal information systems so that the legal information systems of different countries can be further sophisticated. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much. He made a very passionate presentation. Thank you very much. He has talked about how the countries that are involved can develop and also grow in a mutual manner. Thank you very much for the presentation. And our second presenter is from Indonesia. Our next speaker is going to talk to us about the digitalization of legislation-making process in Indonesia. And Retno Wulandari, the head, is here in person.
Good afternoon, everybody. 안녕하세요. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is Retno Wulandari. I'm from the Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia. It's my honor to speak here. I thank to Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea for inviting me as one of the speakers at this symposium. At this occasion, I have asked to talk about digitalization of legislation making process in Indonesia, especially the cooperation in digital legislation we expect from the government of the Republic of Korea. My presentation will be divided into 4 parts. First, about authority of lawmaking process based on 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia. Second, about legislation database portals provided by each authority. Third, about the legislation making process and digitalizing legislation making process. And the last one is about best practice from Korea and cooperation in digital legislation making process we expect.
I think
Okay.
It works?
Okay, I'll continue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as many of us might have realized, like Ms. Ji Yeon Choi from Korean Legislation Research Institute at 9 ALES 2021 last year has mentioned that in Indonesia, there are several official portals which provide information on laws and regulations, such as peraturan.go.id, mkri.id, setnek.go.id, and also setkap.go.id. With so many portals available, it might raise question upon the credibility of which official portal are trusted to present the most correct, accurate, and reliable information on laws and regulations. Actually, based on 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, regulates the authority related to the lawmaking process, namely, first, legislative body. Legislative body called the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, which hold authority to make laws. Second, the executive body, represented by the President. And third, the Constitutional Court. Constitutional Court has the authority to conduct judicial review of against 1945 Constitution. The decision of the Constitutional Court can rule whether a law or an article of the law are against the 1945 Constitutions that thus has no legal binding force. Okay, I'll talk first about the House of Representatives. House of Representatives, we call DPR, is a legislative body consisting of members of parliament who come from political parties elected through general election. In carrying out the legislative power, the House of Representatives has complementary organ who specialize on legislation, namely Legislation Committee. The House of Representatives has an official portal that provides information regarding lawmaking process in the House of Representatives, namely dpr.go.id. At its official portal, the House of Representatives also provides the information system on legislation in a form of platform to convey information on legislation making process in each stage, from planning, drafting, discussion, until promulgation by public online. This platform aims to make parliamentary information more transparent and up-to-date, which give the public access to monitor all legislative process in the House of Representatives. And then next we'll talk about Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court is one of the branch of judicial power which has several authorities, one of which is to conduct judicial review of the laws that have been enacted by the House of Representatives and the President against the Constitution. The judicial review result can be in a form of a decision stating a law or article are contrary to the Constitution, therefore does not have legal binding force. The Constitutional Court already has a portal that provides various digital information regarding the process of judicial review in the Constitutional Court up until decision is made. The Constitutional Court also provides information related to various products of regulation, namely mkri.id. And then I'll go on to highlight what I see as the main points regarding to the authority of lawmaking process, executive body. Executive body represented by the President, who has the right to submit a bill to the House of Representatives and then discuss a bill with the House of Representatives to reach joint approval, and then enact a law that has been agreed with the House of Representatives. The President also writes to formulate government regulations to further implement the law and preside the executive power, which means that the President has the authority to formulate regulations in context of exercising government power. And then, based on the description above, the Constitution regulates that the President, as the holder of the executive power, has the most authority to make laws and regulations. Not only draft the laws and regulations, but also make regulation to implement the law, such as government regulation, presidential regulations, and also regulation issued by minister or state agency under the President authority. In exercising the power and authority, the President is assisted by ministers. So far, the formulation of laws and regulation within the executive body is carried out by legal bureau of each ministry, Ministry of Law and Human Rights, Ministry of the State Secretariat, and also Cabinet Secretariat. Since too many regulations issued by the government, at 2017, President Joko Widodo for several times has given directives to reorganize laws and regulation system, such as by providing an integrated database of laws and regulations, simplifying laws and regulations, and also evaluating ineffective laws and regulations. Regarding the availability of legal documentation and information, the government has established the National Legal Documentation and Information Network, which consists of government ministries and state agencies, state institutions, local governments, and also universities. However, the information provided is still not comprehensive and does not represent the entire legislation-making process, since it involves several ministries in each stage. Based on Law Number 12 of 2011 on legislation making process in Indonesia consists of several stages, namely planning for the formulation of laws and regulations, preparation of laws and regulations, harmonization of laws and regulation draft, discussing of laws and regulations, dissemination of draft laws and regulations to obtain input from the public and stakeholders, laws and regulation promulgation, and also dissemination of statutory regulation that have been promulgated. Ladies and gentlemen, on June 16, 2022, about 3 months ago, the President and the House of Representatives have enacted Law Number 13 of 2022 concerning the second amendment to the Law Number 12 of 2011 on legislation making. Article 97B, Section 1 stipulates that the formation of laws and regulations can be done electronically. This provision is very important because it will become a strong basis for the formation of laws and regulations in the context of simplifying the process, as well as responding to aspects of validity and legality of electronic regulatory document. Laws that are formed electronically have the same legal force as the ones formed in printed one. The electronic formation of laws and regulations are valid in all of those stages mentioned above. Putting signature on the document in each stage of legislation making, from planning to stipulation, may use certified electronic signature in accordance with the provision of law. Laws and regulations signed with an electronic signature have the same legitimation as those that are signed conventionally with ink on paper. By enactment of Law Number 13 of 2022, each ministry is trying to develop electronic system regarding to the lawmaking process in each stage, such as e-harmonization developed by Ministry of Laws and Human Rights. But until today, the government of Indonesia, especially within executive body, does not have an integrated system of which could provide information about the progress of law and legislation making, from planning, formulation, discussion of laws and regulation draft, dissemination to obtain input from the public and stakeholders, until dissemination of statutory regulation that have been promulgated. So, we need to build that integrated system in order to disclosure all of the legislation process. So, as we know that Korea has two systems realizing the rule of law for a fair and just society, namely National Law Information System and also Legislative Support Center. Those systems are become one-stop national law system that integrated all the life cycle of a law from the drafting of legal bill, pre-announcement, examination, and promulgation, as well as legal information system. National Law Information System and Legislative Support Center could be a benchmark for establishing government digital legislation system in Indonesia. So, in the meantime, the Republic of Indonesia and the Republic of Korea could still continue to cooperate on the Indonesian regulatory reform, particularly in digital legislation such as building information system in legislation making process and also capacity building in digital legislation system. By developing this information system, the process of law and legislation making is expected to be accelerated, helping to improve the quality of law and legislation in Indonesia, and in the end of the day can reach the ideal law to make laws and legislation as a tool of social engineering. Besides, the cooperation could also be done by developing capacity building, especially for the drafters, in order to improve the quality of law and legislation in Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all my presentation. I'll wait to the feedback, comment, and overview from the discussion. Thank you for your attention and 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So, Ms. Ulandari kindly traveled all the way from Indonesia to Korea in order to make a presentation in person on the topic of digitalization of legislation making process in Indonesia. Also, she talked about some of the best practices of Korea. I'd like to introduce to you the final presenter of session number 2. The speaker is Chu Thi Thoa, Deputy Director of Institute, the Legal Sciences of Vietnam, Ministry of Justice. So we'll listen to his presentation on the digital legislation in Vietnam.
I'm Chu Thi Thoa from Ministry of Justice of Vietnam. Today, I'm very happy to stay here and to share my some opinion about the digital legislation in Vietnam, current status, and the road ahead. My presentation divides in 2 parts. The first part is the orientation documents on digital transformation in Vietnam. And the second part is digital legislation current status of information technology application in legal drafting work in Vietnam. So, as the first side, I have some mention about the highlight documents on digital transformation in Vietnam. As you know, the fourth industrial revolution has been predicted to change the entire production, management, and administration system around the world. Therefore, in recent years, constructing and developing e-government toward special attention from Vietnam. The party and the state of Vietnam has many documents related to digital transformation, most specifically including the solution number 36 are promoting the application and development of information technology to meet the requirement of sustainable development and international integration. The resolution clearly states apply and develop information technology in all fields, but with focus and priority. Prioritize the application of information technology and in administrative management and public service provision. First of all, in the field of related to business and people, such as education, health, transport, agriculture, and etc. while clarify the specific role of effectively implementing the administrative reform program closely linked with the building of e-government and providing online public service at a high level and in many fields. And the second document is the document of Vietnamese government. Is resolution number 26 on promulgating the government's action program to implement resolution number 36 that I have mentioned above. On this document, governments armed to building an effective e-government providing online public services at a high level. Stepping up the application of information technology in the implementation of the OSS merchant, the interconnected OSS merchant. In the last target is replicating the Quaternius model of local e-government. Next is a document of Vietnamese government. It is resolution number 17, that's 2019. It set up a number of key tasks and solutions for the development of e-government in the periods of 2019 to 2020 with a vision to 2025. Some targets such as completing the e-government platform in order to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the state administrative apparatus and develop database e-government on open data towards digital government, digital economy, and digital society. Improve the ranking of Vietnam in the United Nations e-government development index. As you know, at present, the ranking of Vietnam in the United Nations e-government development index is not high. So my Vietnamese government set a goal. We can hire, we can change the ranking, improve ranking higher in some few years. And the last document of Vietnamese government I just mentioned is decision number 749 of Prime Minister date 2020. Approving the National Digital Transformation Program to 2025 with a vision to 2030. The decision has set general and specific goals on the targets to be achieved related to online public service, provision activities, management of work record in the network environment, construction of database. Thus, through the above-mentioned national document, the party and the state of Vietnam has shown their determination to digital transformation in all aspects of social life, including economy, society, and state management activities. But first of all, digital transformation is urgently needed in lawmaking activity. So we move, I want to move the part 2 of my presentation. The digital legislation the digital legislation sector of information technology application in legal drafting work in Vietnam. You know, the Ministry of Justice also passed some documents related to the digital transformation, such as decision number 1226, that 2016, the Minister of Justice passed the decision with a target to apply information technology in the operation of the justice branch for the period of 2016 to 2020. After that, the Ministry of Justice also have a second document, is decision number 983. Also, the brand digital transformation of the justice branch to 2025 with the orientation to 2030. So, preliminary assessment shows that the implementation and completion of work items has been on schedule and followed closely the improvement plan, two open plan I just mentioned about of Ministry of Justice. Application of information technology in the activity of the Ministry of Justice have been comprehensively implemented in areas such as supervising in the online environment, provision of online public services, deployment of information system, infrastructure such as a specialized database such as information system on civil status, registration and management, criminal record information system, a database of legal document unified from the central to local level, software to manage car and judicial title. The completed work items continue to contribute to provide changes, laying an important foundation for the construction and development of e-government toward a digital government in Vietnam. However, the current situation of digital transformation in the field of lawmaking of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam. The Ministry of Justice of Vietnam is currently directly managing the National Legal Document Database System and the codification system of legal documents. And also the Ministry of Justice, also the research and application of information technology in the field of lawmaking and organizing law implementation have not been given proper attention. As you know, person to the function and task of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam that as specified in the decree number 96 that 2017 of the government, defining the function, task, powers, and organization structure of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam. One of the most important functions of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam is to perform the function of state management, of lawmaking, and organizing law implementation. In particular, the tasks of Ministry of Justice in law making are preside over the development of a number of legal documents related to the field of management as assigned by the government, for example, civil code, criminal code, law on promulgating legal documents, and so on. And Ministry of Justice also have a task to apprise all documents on draft law of ministries and branches under the government and give opinion on draft law documents developed by other entities, for example, draft law of court and procuracy. Since 2018 up to now, the government has built and put into operation the administrative government documents communication to serve the sending, receiving of documents between central agency and province. In addition, the Ministry of Justice also have made some tasks and serve some have some action in the digital transformation that I have mentioned on my slide. Over the past time, research and application of information technology, as well as the digital transformation work of the Ministry of and the respective branch, has not really paid attention to the field of lawmaking and organizing law implementation. Most of the digital transformation activities that have taken place are either directed to general management and administration activity of ministries and branches, or towards public service provision activity, not in lawmaking. Some software related to digital transformation in lawmaking at the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam as parent, such as, firstly, National Database of Legal Normative Document. You can access the website in http on vbpl.vn. It's a Ministry of Law have built and put the National Database of Legal Normative Documents into official operation. To date, there are more than 110,000 central and local legal documents. The database has become an effective legal information channel with about 30,000 visits per day. The second software is software to support codification process of legal documents in order to implement the legal code of all current legal regulations. On July 29, 2014, the Prime Minister of Justice issued decision number 1267 approving the construction project. The legal code sets the roadmap for the construction of the code of laws to take place and be completed within 10 years from 2014 to 2023 and divided in 3-step roadmap. Phase 1 from 2014 to 2017. Phase 2 from 2018 to 2020. And phase 3 from 2021 to 2023. As parent, up to now, ministries and branches have completed 2,051 legal documents, accounting for maybe 93% of the volume of the legal documents. The remaining 20 topics are being implemented by ministry and branches. With the current progress of the legal code of topic, the construction and completion of the code of law can finish soon, striving for completion in 2022 instead of 2023 in the first plan. Thus, through the legal codification of 2051 title, the Ministry of Justice, together with ministries and branches, reviewed and cleaned up nearly 8,000 documents out of a total of nearly 9,000 legal documents of the central government. contributing to improving legal standard, improve the uniformity, publicity, and transparency of the legal system, as well as help individuals and organizations easily and conveniently search for current legal provision. And the software supports the coordination process of legal documents, also receive more than 7,000 visits per day. After mentions about the action of Ministry of Justice on legal drafting technology, I find some limitation. That's only in my opinion. I think there is no software in the Ministry of Justice now. There is no software to support in the formulation of legal documents. So most of the works are done manually. And secondly, the interoperability and linkage between the database of legal documents and the portal of legal documents are not effective. Although the government administrative document linkage exists, known as Vietnam Database Exchange Platform, has been built and operated in the past few years. However, the process of training habits and methods of handling documents and work records in the network environment for clerks and civil servants in Vietnam still face many difficulties. In practice, there are currently two forms of document, paper and electronic, that are issued through the ENG. Responsibility for building and updating database is delegated to many central and local agencies. In addition to that, the format of database updates to the software has not been standardized. So I have some recommendation that continue to improve, update, and standardize database related to the management of the legal document system in Vietnam, and continue to research and build software that integrates features for drafting and authorizing legal documents. Enhance interoperability and integration between existing databases, including database of legal documents and software that codify legal documents. And the last but not least, ensure financial and human resources to successfully implement the above solution. I think it's very, very important recommendation, because the Ministry of Justice should prepare the both financial and human resources to support for the digital transformation. And I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yes, a round of applause, please. She was the last speaker of the session. We have heard about the cooperative activities of Korea Asian countries in digital legislation and measures to facilitate a face-to-face people-to-people exchange. Well, in we have heard about possible cooperative measures from Mr. Park, and then from Indonesia, we heard about the digitalization of legislation making process in Indonesia, and we heard about the current status and the road ahead of the digital legislation in Vietnam. So we have heard three presentations. Now we're going to have a panel discussion. And I have been on the YouTube channel to see the presentations, and also there's a link that you could go to give us your inputs, and we would very much your input, as your input can help us to improve our symposiums, and we are going to provide you with bakery gift coupons, actually to 40 people, so please do give us your feedback. Now we're going to have a panel discussion, and we are going to connect to a speaker in another country via Zoom, and we are also going to invite one person from Korea, and we have been able to listen to legal experts from Korea and from other countries, and many people have joined us via online media. Now I think that the stage is ready, so I'm going to ask our speakers and panelists as well as the moderator to join us on stage so that we may conduct our panel discussion. So in this time of digitalization, there are changes that are occurring in the legal systems, and we've been having an in-depth discussion, and now with Professor Kim Dae-in of Ewha Women's University, I believe that we're going to have an even more interesting discussion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to begin panel discussion for session number 2. We have 2 discussants, but we are quite behind schedule. So I would like to ask our discussant to keep his and her discussion short. And our first discussant is Professor Emerson Baynitz of the University of the Philippines. Please.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to listen in and to address my colleagues in this conference. The first presentation by Mr. Park Kwang-dong provides a view into the possibilities that become available to us once we build and connect legal information systems. The closest analogy I can think of from a programming background are the large data sets as well as the development and analysis workflows that are used for artificial intelligence. These have allowed programmers and researchers to collaborate on and build both useful, at the same time concerning applications. Applications like Google Translate, or those that allow us to interface with computers through speech. These require a huge body of data on language models that have to be collected, classified, and tagged. But it's also possible, it was also made possible by tools like programming languages, development environments, and APIs, common standards for messaging. So a legal information system I think will give lawyers a similar tool set, and I think it will be just as transformative to our field. This is not just about storing digital versions of laws and making them searchable through the web as a form of reference for legal practitioners as well as the public. Although, of course, that will be a good starting point. Because these texts would serve as our data sets. Regardless of the technology, I think we will need to have a consistent internal information model of the law as it is contemplated across our jurisdictions. This will include models for legislative agencies and the legislative processes, across the variety of jurisdictions that we have. Once we have the data and once we have the tools, which does not just include technology but standards, a common way of referring and invoking that data and processing that data, we can enable advanced legal applications through thinking of law as a form of data, using encoded law to perform various types of analysis, like internal checks. Is the law self-consistent, logical, understandable? Checking for differences and consistencies across laws in jurisdictions, in how we define basic concepts, in the scope of the rules, in the structure and consequences of our laws' normative assertions. Another interesting application that can be enabled by data and the tools that we hope to develop is the generation of interpretations and arguments, right? So even before consulting a lawyer, it is possible, we can make it possible for, because we have data on the law, to generate a broad range of possible interpretations and arguments. The next phase of possibility would be mapping rules, legal entities with their real-world counterparts. So this will enable applications like, the smart in smart cards will take into consideration not just physical constraints, but legal and regulatory requirements. Mr. Park provides an important point, I think, which is often missed in the literature of computational law, about building what a programmer would call the presentation layer, meaning making this system, making that knowledge available, accessible to ordinary people, even as we build legal systems, legal applications of greater complexity. I think the same technology can allow us to help make the law more explainable or more understandable to the public. Next, the presentation from Ms. Wulandari to me indicates that for many countries, including the Philippines, we are yet to take the first steps towards building extensive legal information systems. There are challenges such as the variety in allocation of legislative power and the many forms of our legislative processes. And to this, you can add the divergent legal traditions, cultures, and histories of our countries, which can complicate even the basic task of defining concepts. I remember in the ASEAN, we have so many definitions of what a truck is, and that as we try to build a common logistical chain, right, rules that govern that chain, the definitional constraints are something that we have to think about. Nevertheless, I think Indonesia is at least already a step ahead of many of us in recognizing the validity of laws that are formed through an electronic process or encoded in an electronic fashion. The legal profession, I think, proceeds based on explicit permission. Rules of evidence had to be passed to permit us to consider electronic documents in a trial setting. E-commerce laws had to be passed to remove the cloud of certainty around the validity of digital transactions. So in the same manner, legislation such as Article 97B, Section 1, can really remove the uncertainty in building law as a set of digital artifacts that can be programmed and that can be analyzed. Finally, the presentation from Dr. Thur Hoa for me underlines the proper appreciation of the scope of the project ahead of us. There is, the temptation to consider the building of legal information systems as just another specialized IT project and then kick it down to the IT office, to the CTO of the government, and see it as just another technology procurement and build out problem. Vietnam seems to adopt properly, I think, a whole of government approach with digitization of laws being part of a broader e-government framework. I think governments, of course, as producers and consumers of laws and regulation, should take the lead in these efforts. So thank you very much, and I hope to continue this conversation with all of you, whether online or in the real world. Hope to see you soon. Thank you very much.
예, 대단히.
Thank you very much for your comments. Now let us turn to Mr. Kim Dae-young, Director of Development Research from Korea Development Institute. Please kindly provide your comments on today's session. Good afternoon. I am Kim Dae-young, Director of Development Research of Korea Development Institute. First of all, it is my pleasure to be here with you. I would like to thank the official from MOLEG and KLRI for kindly inviting me here today. And I was also able to learn a lot from the presentations of the session. So, after listening to the presentations, I would like to present to you my comments. After reviewing the ongoing digital transformation, first I would like to also briefly talk about the changes that are happening right now. And of course, legislation is a very important function in the public sector. I will talk about the digital transformation in the public sector of Korea, and I will end my presentation with some comments about this session's presentations. Professor Bennett's presentation was really informative, and he briefly talked about the data-driven analysis. There are a lot of researches that are being conducted on digital transformation, and the digital transformation goes through digitalization, and digital transformation. In digitalization, paper-based legal documents are changed into digital information, and with digitalization, those information is now loaded on digital platforms. Now, with digital transformation, as we saw from the discussions on session number 1 and 2, now we are looking at the implications of digital transformation also on the legislation process. So this is the process of digital transformation. So after digitization and digitalization process, we often talk about the arrival of the era of digital transformation. There are many changes that are already happening in terms of our society and economy, and that is also the case with legislation. And it is really important to respond to those changes that are being brought up by digital transformation. A lot of changes are also taking place in our everyday life as well. As was mentioned by other people, there are also a lot of changes that are taking place in industries and different markets. The Korean government is also interested in developing the digital platforms, which has or requires a different approach and also different perspectives. So it is a paradigm shift, and the speed of change is accelerating. Digital transformation is happening in legislation as well, and at the same time, it is taking place in education, economy, environment, and healthcare. So it is bringing up massive changes in every aspect of our society and life. The ultimate goal of digital transformation is to innovate services and to establish digital platforms, but at the same time, integrating different resources and having more engagement of different players and stakeholders should be the ultimate goal of digital transformation, and that digital transformation can lead to innovation in digital services. Looking at Korea, of course, there were some presentations on Korea's digital or legal information systems that are being recognized by other countries for its excellent features, and there are also different digital transformation projects pursued by different ministries. And Korea is indeed one of the leaders in digital transformation. Since the year 2000, Korea exported its e-government to other countries, and after 2010, we have EDGI, and Korea was ranked #1 for 3 consecutive years. And with a lot of interest in digital transformation, now the government is striving to establish digital platforms. As a reference, I've included this table which shows you the EGDI rankings of ASEAN member countries. So again, digital transformation is happening in the public sector, and I'd like to bring your attention to the Korean experience. There were also active engagement from the private sector, and we enjoyed horizontal participation. And there were some major projects that were successfully conducted, and also we had industrial approach to data. Not just in terms of technology, there are also some policies that are conducive to realize digital transformation in Korea. And here the key was public participation and participation from the private sector. And there were also improvements in terms of organizations, and there were also advancements in electronics and telecommunications. And the same factors are also applicable to digital legislation. So in the process of digital transformation, I think Korean experiences can be really useful for other countries. And through today's presentations, we were able to learn about the legal information systems established by other countries, including the limitations. In line with the presentations made today, so it is really necessary to take digital transformation in legislation to the next level by referring to the digital transformation processes as well as the Korean experience. And the first presentation examined experiences in key countries and summarized the direction and improvement measures for Korea's legal information system. The second presentation contained a lot of information on the digitalization or digitization of legislation in Indonesia, and probably the Korean experiences will be also useful. I hope that there will be follow-up discussions on possible cooperation. And the third presentation addressed the Vietnamese case, and maybe we need more integrated approach. And and the suggested limits and recommendation need to be categorized by their relevant authority, and action plans must be prepared for the implementation of the plan going forward. Maybe we need short-term plans and longer-term plans so that we have an overall roadmap, and maybe that's an area where Korea can assist the Vietnamese authorities, and it would be really useful to upgrade the Vietnamese systems. So please kindly refer to the last page of my slides for my comments for the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that discussion. Maybe I'll ask Dr. Kwang-dong Park to answer the questions that have been provided to him.
If possible, please provide your answers for 1 minute. So, Mr. Park, the question is, so digital legislation of Korea and Asian countries, please compare it with the digitalization of legislation of other advanced countries. So concerning digitalization of legislation, I understand there were actually 2 questions that we collected in advance. Will be some of the countries with the systems that are highly advanced, and how do I evaluate the current status of Korea's digital legislation system? There are some technical aspects. The quality of the system and the standardization of the system must be evaluated. It is not possible to have quantitative assessments, but when it comes to e-government transparency, excluding Asia and, of course, including Korea, the US and EU, e-government systems are highly transparent. When it comes to e-government management, it seems that Germany stands out. And when it comes to legislation, Sweden is really doing good, and blockchain is also utilized by other countries. And when it comes to AI, US is doing really well. And looking at Asian countries, of course, Korea and Singapore are the leaders. And if you look at Singapore, responsiveness of the system is really well developed. If you look at the Korean digital system, AI, big data are being utilized on the platform. And when it comes to e-government and digital legislation, Korea is ranked at the top. And concerning digital legislation, probably Korea is ranked at the top 10%. But when it comes to the MOLEX legal information systems, I think the MOLEX systems are also highly evaluated in the world. Going forward, intelligent legal information platform will be established successfully. I think we'll be able to have in place the world's best systems in Korea. Thank you very much for your comments.
And now to our speaker from Indonesia. What in the Indonesia has the largest Islamic population in the world? And so are there Islamic elements in the Indonesian constitution? Well, this is not directly related to the presentation, but there was such a question. So what are some of the Islamic elements in the Indonesian constitution? And also, if you want to add more about your presentation, that's okay too. So please.
Okay, thank you for your question for me. The first question about Islamic reflection in our constitution. Actually, Indonesia is not Islamic country, although the most of population in our country are Muslim. Based on our Constitution, 1945 Constitution, Article 1 stipulates that the state of Indonesia shall be a unitary state in the form of republic. The state of Indonesia shall be a state based on the rule of law. And then chapter 11 at our Constitution about religion, Article 29, Section 1 stipulates that the state of Indonesia shall be based upon the belief in one God. I think that provision reflects the Islamic element in line with the Islamic Shariat, Islamic law. First base law in Islamic belief is to acknowledge the one and only God. So that's maybe the relationship between Islamic reflection and our Constitution. Besides, Article 29, Section 2 stipulates that the state guarantees all persons the freedom of worship, each according to his or her own religion or belief. It means that the government of Indonesia not only recognizes Islam as the only one religion, but also some other religion and belief. As member country of Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Indonesia continues to support the aim of formatting OIC, such as increasing Islamic solidarity among member countries, coordinating cooperation between member countries, supporting international peace and security. That also appropriate with the aim of the state of the Republic of Indonesia according to preamble to the 1945 Constitution, to participate toward the establishment of a world order based on freedom, perpetual peace, and social justice. Okay, that's I think about the relationship between Islamic law and Indonesian Constitution, and also Indonesian roles on OIC. About the comment at my presentation to Professor Emerson Banes from the University of the Philippines College of Law. Thank you, Professor, for the overview. At the Article 97B, Section 1, Law number 13 of 2022 concerning the second amendment of Law number 12 of 2011 on legislation making stipulates that the formation of law and regulation can be done electronically. This is one of our efforts to remove uncertainty burden, such as hindrance for ease of doing business and high-cost economy, since many doors in legislative making process. That article very meaningful and will become strong basis for each ministry to do the best thing to adjust the digitalization or electronically on their legislation making system based on their authority. So that's all to reach our purpose to simplifying the process on legislation making. So it's also support our regulatory reform agenda. And then for Mr. Kim Dae-young from Korean Legislative Research Institute, thank you for your comment about digital transformation actually in legislation making process. We still on regulatory reform agenda, and we learn from Korea because on September 28, 2011, the Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic Indonesia signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Government Legislation. That is our effort to implement the regulatory reform. One of the cooperation area is sharing of development experiences in the area of information of technology regarding legislation and related areas. Thus, since the MOU was signed, several activities have been conducted by our ministry, SETCAP and MOLEC, particularly in the area of using information of technology during legislation making process, such as when MOLEC share their experiences about National Law Information System and Legislative Support Center in our working level seminar in 2021. The lesson about information of technology in legislation making process.
Sorry, we have limited time, so.
Okay. That's Indonesia government developed technology in regulatory making process, especially to support our agenda in in regulatory reform. Thank you very much for your comment.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah. Because of limited time, I am very sorry to give you much time. 다음으로
Next, we'd like to turn to Chu Thi Hoa from the Legal Sciences of Vietnam Ministry of Justice. The question is, so you have the legal information system in Vietnam. So do you have a plan to establish a more integrated legal information system, which is similar to Korea's legal information system?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. My answer for this question is yes. As referring in my presentation, you know, in Vietnam we have some national database of rewards. From Korea experience, I just heard from this. Up to now, I know Korea Law Information Act Service that allows the citizens to search for law information anytime, anywhere. Also, law information link service that can be checked related status at once by linking related law information each other. So, in my opinion, I think in Vietnam needs establish an integrated system like the Korean Law Information Center and provide legal in one place. And I hope with the support of Korea, Vietnam will soon able to operate a modern legal document management system like Korean Law Information Center. Thank you.
예, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your answer.
이제 그 발표와 토론.
So we have heard all the presentations and discussions. As we were discussing digitalization of a legal information system. And I think people have told us the importance of the digital legislation. So to make sure that good information is reflected in the legislative process, the information system is very important. That is, the digitalization is important. And digitalization is important to help people to better and more easily understand the legislative process as well as the laws. And so countries in Asia, including Korea, need to cooperate in order to digitalize the legal legislative process as well as the law information systems. I would like to thank all the participants, the speakers and discussants for their participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. So that was the moderator Kim Dae-in from Ewha Women's University, and that was the end of the session number 2. Now all the speakers and the panelists, you may return to your seats. Now, we've listened to all the presentations of the 10th Asia Legislative Experts Symposium. and it is time to now wrap up today's symposium. Once again, I'd like to thank all the participants for being with us until the last minute. And this year we reviewed the legislative systems of different Asian countries, and once again I'd like to thank all the speakers for sharing their experiences and insights. Your opinions will be really useful to improve our symposium next year. So if you're joining us online, please kindly scan the QR code, or at the bottom of your screen on YouTube, you can use the link to participate in our surveys. We're going to select 40 participants to give out gift certificates. Once again, it will be really appreciated if you could participate in this survey. Thanks to your active participation, this year's symposium was once again very successful. Thank you very much for your participation today.